Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 at 1:15 p.m.
All right, thank you. Just remain seated just for a moment. I think it's goes without saying, sadness across Texas is just unbelievable right now. And so let's pause briefly to say a word of prayer. And God, everyone has experienced loss of friends and family before, so you know the pain. It's with those folks. Unfortunately, the sadness is not over. There's still people missing, and realization of that loss will come to bear quickly. God, thanks so much for all the people that have pitched in to help, and that's what we do in Texas. And we have offered our assistance as well, God, and we stand by to help. I look for a couple of passages that might be appropriate. Excuse me. One is Psalms 34, verse 18. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves who are crushed in spirit. And in Matthew 5, verse 4, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And that's our promise from God. And we appreciate you so much, God. Thank you very much. Let's stand briefly for a moment of silence. A moment of silence and then a pledge to the flags.
Please join in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Any members of the audience want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, going into item D is budget amendments, transfer changes, so on and so forth. Going into D1 is regarding the FY26 budget, and I talked to Francis briefly. I thought it would be good for us to reflect back on the last couple of meetings, and if there's any questions that we want to get resolved as we go forward. I think any of these things that we are maybe still unanswered, I think if we can fix those as we go, that way we go in the next round of information with the right understanding about where we are. So, Francis, you might mention several things that came up.
Okay. So good morning. And like the judge mentioned, last week we met briefly for a couple of days. We covered an overview of the budget and the tax rate, and then some of the bigger personnel topics. So this week we are going to start out by reviewing what we covered last week and ensure there's no further questions or confusion before we start digging into the details. We will begin today by looking at general fund, and of course, that is always our primary source of discussion during budget workshops. The spreadsheets, again, that you have access to, they're for all the funds, but again, I know we primarily look at general fund, and so that general fund spreadsheet, it has embedded in some way throughout the document all of the requests that we have received or the increases that we anticipate. And so then, of course, we'll work through all of those adjustments. And so that way we can create the proposed budget that you intend on putting together. So, again, always coming back to this summary sheet, we passed out a copy of that just as of today. Of course, it's ever changing, but just something to have in your hands to look at. In case it's hard to see the screen. But that is the big picture. That has the current tax rate embedded in it, has all the requests. It has some estimates for some of the larger personnel items for COLA, step pay adjustments, outside entity request. And so that's where we keep coming back to, pausing and continuing to study on this summary sheet. But it is all here, and so we'll talk through, of course, those numbers that we can manipulate and work through. So I just want to talk again, I know I'm recapping from last week, but starting with the tax rate. So again, just a reminder, your tax rate is made up of the two pieces, I&S, fund your debt service payments, and then M&O. And so M&O being maintenance and operations, and it funds both general fund and our permanent improvement fund. You'll see the portion that covers the permanent improvement fund is a transfer out of the general fund. So it's included in the expenditures for general fund. We currently have it plugged in as $1 million, just, for discussion's sake. That's what we've done in the past. But that amount is excluded from what we use to calculate operating expenditures for the purpose of the fund balance goal. And we also exclude contingencies. So you've been able to consistently lower that tax rate, total tax rate, year after year because we have been holding excess fund balance, or we had other variables that allowed us to grow our expenditures at a faster rate than we were growing our ad valorem taxes. But over the last couple of years, we have looked at the fact that eventually we would not be able to fund the amount that the expenditures exceeded revenues over a period of time. And so that was a goal in a way, because you wanted to perfect the way we estimated the fund balance and estimated our budget. And so we are at that point, of course, this year. So a lot of work was done over the last years to decrease the budget where it was needed, and also to increase the budget where it was needed, what you felt was very important. You incorporated the vacancy factor for personnel. We kept any what-ifs that departments may throw out. We kept those in contingencies, not spread out throughout the budget. And so all of those factors bring us where we are today. And so now we are needing to address the fact that the revenue needs, the revenue really does need to be increased in order to attempt to meet your goals this year, and more importantly, your goals for future years as well. Currently, our baseline tax rate that we have embedded here that we're looking at is our current tax rate, that 319,805. As we looked at some scenarios last week, and we can continue to look at those scenarios, of course, my thoughts are that, the way this is looking, that moving up a penny, at least a penny, that generates roughly $3 million. That would be where we needed to go to get closer to where our goal lies.
That's before we review all the requests and everything, right?
So I really think the amount that we are apart, revenue and expenditure, yes, of course, we're going to go through expenditures, and we can continue to hone in on those, cut those if needed, and you see that will still allow departments to run sufficiently. But just looking at this, I think that's caught up to where it seems that that's going to be a necessity to move up in some capacity. And so, of course, you can increase the tax rate in any, it doesn't have to be a penny. It can be portions of pennies with portions of the second penny, whatever you would like to throw out. Again, we can pull those scenarios up and look at that at any time. We can try and get to our fund balance goal as much as possible this year, but it may take 2 or 3 years to get back to where we need to be, and then we'll be back on track. Then when you have excess revenue, we're not using that to fund increases in expenditures, but rather to pay down debt or fund a one-time expense if there's any. And then, of course, when you increase the rate here, that would continue to apply in future years if you held that tax rate constant. So any increases in appraised values, more importantly, any additions to the tax roll, you're going to see those increases in future years. So any questions before I keep going?
Quickly, if we decrease the fund balance from where our policy says it will be, is there gonna be a negative impact with our bond companies?
Well, so, we just received Dustin, is it a press release that's put out yet?
Yes, sir. It was published yesterday afternoon.
I had read it, but I didn't know whether it had been released, so it's published yesterday. But so when you read it, it makes it pretty clear that our strong points are our ability to manage the budget and maintain a reserve. And so we were awarded a AA1 great rating, which would help us.
Especially, and I'd like to also say too, that all the metrics that we meet as far as economy and the size of our county and the demographics in our county say that we should be an AA2. I think that's very important to point out. So I didn't mean to step on you.
No, I tried. But the reserve that we have is a big part of it. And it's just like if you were a banker looking at a financial statement, you know, what kind of cushion does this customer have in case something is bad? But also, the rate that the bank sets is the same way. It sets a lower rate because the risk factor goes down. Well, our risk factor is very low in this county. So I think it's important that we keep our reserve where it is as a percentage going forward. But it is an area, when there is a true emergency, that is an area that you can, that's what it's for, to go into. But you don't want to use it just as a balancing plug number, you know, so.
Before you move off this page,
Of course.
all of these are estimates for 2026 based on current tax rate. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
So estimated current tax revenues, estimated other revenues, total revenues, that's going forward for our 2026 budget.
Correct.
And then the expenditures are based on what everyone has turned into you thus far? That number, 162, 160?
Yes, that includes like all the operating request increases.
But
So-
not, but then you, down here at the bottom, you got additional increases. Those are not included already in that. So,
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. That is absolutely correct.
so the difference already between total revenues and total expenditures, that wish list, or what you want to call that, is already $18 million short?
Correct.
In red?
Correct. That is the difference there that it's grown
Okay.
to.
And that's what draws that down to 27.2 on the
Yes, sir.
ending fund balance, okay. Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
I think another question too is how the ARPA money played in.
And
that's-
I was going to cover that here
Okay, thank you.
next. So one other matter that there were questions about last week was the 10 million of ARPA funding that we used to cover operating expenditures in 2024. So I'll recap why that occurred and why. So within fiscal year 2024, we budgeted for all personnel cost, all in. The county had also, on a completely another note, had allotted to spend $10 million of your ARPA funding on the downtown jail project. And so that was specifically the lost revenue piece of ARPA. It became evident through months that for many reasons, it would be more appropriate to use that ARPA funding on just general operating expenses. And so what was proposed was personnel cost. And so it would cover personnel cost in 2024. We would move that to the grant fund. So that was done. And so that reallocation of those expenditures to the grant fund from the general fund, of course, caused us to end up with a much higher fund balance at the end of 24 than we ever anticipated. Of course, that fund balance rolls in as the beginning fund balance for 2025. And so because there was a surplus in general fund that we did not anticipate, we increased the transfer to permanent improvement by that 10 million and for that an unexpected increase. And so that allowed us to still fund that portion of the downtown jail project outside of bond fund, which was the original plan. The reason it skews the numbers between the 2 years is because the personnel expenditures and the transfer happened in 2 different years. If they were in the same year or you combine those years, you wouldn't see any fluctuation. And so although they are in 2 different years, the overall, like I said, financial impact remains consistent with what you originally intended. And so then for the purpose of calculating our fund balance goal, the transfer to permanent improvement, like we always do, is excluded from your operating expenditures. And so evened out those expenditures between the 2 years, but it was never included in our fund balance calculation in last year, 2025, when we were working through the budget. Does that, and I'm happy to go through that in more detail if anyone needs more
Could you
information.
say that a little slower?
Yes, yes.
That was
So-
essentially the beginning fund balance in 2025 was much larger than anticipated.
Yes, because we used grant funds to cover $10 million of general fund expenditures in '24.
ARPA money.
Correct. And that was never in the plan when we adopted the 2024 budget.
So essentially then, so the beginning balance in 2025 is larger. And that would make our balancing to get to the 33%.
So that,
To get to the 33% would make it easier.
Yes.
so like you could have retained it in general fund and used it. However, you would just prolong
So
the
we,
issue we have today.
uh-huh.
And then we
And we
would,
didn't necessarily decrease the tax rate or our operating revenue by that amount.
correct.
So still, we're at a $60 million beginning fund balance. We're estimating that the fund balance at the end of 2025 is $60.3 million.
Correct.
And that was with a $10 million influx in grant funds, correct? So that's where a large part of this delta, I guess, is coming from then, correct?
Well, so that 10 million isn't in that 60 million at all. Just due to the fact that you had a surplus of 10 million at the end of 24, you spent that in 25 by utilizing it for the downtown jail. And so,
But we didn't decrease anything by 10 million anywhere, other than, we did, in the downtown, the permanent improvement fund.
yes, sir. And so again, that
So
just,
you only have $1 million proposed
yes, sir.
to go into the permanent improvement fund this year.
And that'll get us back, and we can pull that, definitely discretionary, we'll talk about that amount. We can pull that down completely and talk about, how we use that permanent improvement fund, what we've been doing historically, our bond issuances. But yes, once we get here to the 60 million estimated beginning fund balance, that is kind of all, that 10 million has been taken care of in that prior year, 2 years rather.
So
And tell me if I need, again,
Yeah,
we'll hover on this as long as we need to.
for fiscal year 2024, beginning fund balance or the ending fund balance for 2024 was actually 82,102,925. And we're estimating,
So that,
the end of this year, the fund balance will be, at the fiscal year 2025, what will it be?
60, right over 60
It'll be
million.
60. So that's
So that 82 million, that's where originally we would have been at 72 million,
Right.
but we had moved
we
personnel
moved
costs
that
out.
10, we moved that 10 million.
Yes.
So it should have been ending fund balance without the ARPA would have been 72,102,925,
Correct.
which is still $12 million difference in where we're going to end this year, which is some of that money we used over on the expenditure side this year.
Correct. I think it's,
And the reason why is because rules around ARPA on what the utilization of those funds are is very strict. And that was called, we called it the easy button because it all qualified. And so therefore you wouldn't come back and be questioned by Treasury Department audit or anything because it's actually very clear today.
and at the time, not knowing the exact timeline, we still don't know the exact timeline of that project, of course, not pushing ourselves to the end and risking
Yeah.
not meeting timelines, losing that funding. So-
Yeah, right.
And that was recommended by our consultant as well.
And I do just want to point out to the court, we are still using other ARPA funds on the project too. Those are
Yes,
those
thank
that
you,
are
Justin.
specifically eligible. So we're trying to maximize those ARPA dollars. But as Judge said, this was kind of the easy button approach. It took the deadlines and the specific ARPA categories out of the equation.
But that,
I don't know.
But still we used it to, I'm sorry, but still we used it to balance the
fund balance.
fund balance.
So we had 10 million extra in fund balance, but then we had 10 million extra in transfer. So it
Zeroed
washed
out.
out.
Just to increase the balance.
And that was the lost revenue piece, correct?
Correct.
And spending down, the fund balance got us down to 39, or what was our percentage fund balance then at the,
End of what we estimated,
what do you estimate the end of this year? 39?
9%.
So,
Yes,
and so spending that down got us down to the 39.
correct.
Okay.
And so, of course, higher than where we anticipated, but that is because we come under budget. Revenue may come in a little higher than expected.
Mr. Wilson, you have a question?
Yeah, when did we start the 33%? Where did that number, if you kind of coach me on that, just.
Yeah, just from a historical, back in 2011, 12, and 13, as we had a bad trend of, negative, eating into any reserves we had. And so in 14, I think it was, we discussed what's a smart thing to do. Well, the smart thing to do is have a savings account to be able to be the shock absorber to unexpected expenses and those kind of things. So, did a little research and we talked to the city, but some other county judges and treasurers and, auditors, and 33% we could be assured, we would feel confident that our rating would be up in that AA range, and that's what we needed to get to, because if we would have tried to borrow money back in those earlier days and to get a bond, we didn't want to know what the bond rating was because it wasn't going to be good.
Wouldn't be good.
And so we had to fix that before we could start into trying to borrow money, and it got us a little bit behind on possibly deferred maintenance and some other things that happened, and so, there's been a lot of catch-up since then, but fortunately, our tax base has grown, and, because of economic development has let us achieve what our goal was.
Well, that's what, 33% back when we had a fund balance in 2017 of
2 million, I mean, it's definitely gonna be a difference. I mean, that's why these numbers look shocking, I guess.
Well, the key point in that as well is, so first off, we made that a policy, a financial policy.
Right.
Was to carry that. And then what we did is, yes, we kept seeing every year, the end of the year come in under budget, and we've still had this large gap. So that's where over the last 6 years, I guess, every year we've tried to compress it to get them closer together. And so in a year that we've got some pretty nice requests,
Yeah.
you know, we're where we need to be. Now we're at a point where how do we maintain this without
Like going the opposite way.
making a big swing one way or the other, trying to raise taxes or lower taxes or.
One of the other things, correct me if I'm wrong, but general, what, acceptable accounting standards
Yep.
ask or suggest that you have a minimum of 3 months in your reserve to handle your monthly bills, basically, your operating costs.
Just like the ISDs.
Yeah, just like ISD, but
Yeah.
that's a minimum that
Yeah.
they,
Right.
to satisfy them.
So that 33% is gonna go higher as we get bigger operating
Well,
expenses.
so if it goes above that, then it becomes discretionary that we can use it to keep the tax rate from just driving up. I mean, I think the taxpayers want us to be safe and sound with the proper reserve and all that, but I don't think they expect or want us to be stacking up money either. So we adjust that through the tax rate, so we don't put more burden just to put money in the bank.
Right.
And so as that was occurring over the years, and then also your expenditures were growing even though we were cutting here and there. Like I said, we were decreasing where we needed to decrease, increase where you needed to increase. And so those variables and, all together just lead us to where we are today. And so, for 10 years, I don't think that should be, looked over.
I guess
that for
really
10
the-
years. You
kind
kept
of
the
the-
tax rate below what it should have been.
The question is, do we want 4 months of operating expenditures, 3 months of operating expenditures? Or, and something that I read in this statement yesterday is that what they seem to, there was a statement about a trend of operating deficits that reduce the available fund ratios less than 35% of revenue. So do we want to be a percentage of revenue, or do we want to be a percentage of expenses?
On the fund balance,
Fund balance,
we're currently expenditures, aren't we?
expenditures.
And so I think
Currently.
that's getting at if you hold a percentage of revenues. So if it was 30%, 33% of revenues, then, of course, you still need to cover 33% of expenditures too. So there may be other sources of funding that are covering that. I think the way our budget is set up, probably the 33% of expenditures, operating expenditures, would probably work the best for McLennan County. But I know you can look at a lot of different counties, cities, there's a lot of different perspectives on that. A lot of different percentages are used.
Or somewhere in between.
So, and I talked to our financial advisor, Mark Tiny, about this several years ago. 33% was, we were applauded for having that amount and sticking to that. I asked him if it was 43%, would we have a better credit rating? He said he didn't think so. He said, we've kind of hit that plateau so that gets into, do you need to be stacking up money when and so I think we're good at 33. I think we're good at 33.
The thing I worry about, though, is the bottom line down here. That's a $20 million delta.
Yeah, and so.
So that goes almost all the way to rollback.
Right.
if you're gonna get to 33%.
I agree.
If you balance it just on the revenue side.
Well, and using the existing tax rate, which,
Well, no,
Two-
that would be, you would have to increase,
right,
to
yeah, to drive the revenue up.
drive the revenue up.
So, but there's two pieces, there's
Yeah,
revenue and
right.
expenses, and so.
Well, we
were
I
gonna
was
work on
say,
that.
we never really, I mean, there's not too many things that we haven't said no to through, and we've spent a lot of money on these different, on COLAs and STEP and incentive and
Discretionary spending.
discretionary spending.
Well, so the tax rate drives the revenue, tax base times the tax rate drives the revenue. And so, we either have to move that tax rate up, or we have to lower the expenses, or both, to get to where we
Right.
maintain the 33%, which I strongly, believe we should. We've been recognized for that. We've been awarded by having a tax rate that allows us, a bond rating that allows us to borrow money at the cheapest level, which as much money as we have to borrow through the years, saves us a lot of money if it was 1/2 basis points higher, and than what we have been getting. It would be an impact, and our INS rate would have to be moved considerably.
I'm somewhat, I understand where Commissioner Jones is coming from. The only way I see us getting anywhere near this year is everything's gonna have to give a little bit. We're gonna have to increase revenues, we're gonna have to decrease expenditures, and we might have to go, okay, this year, we're gonna have to come in at 27%.
Yeah.
Or whatever the case may be. But footnote that, knowing that we've stepped outside of policy and that we have to get back in as soon as we can on it.
And I think how we do it is important, that we do the work. We get in and we look at every request. We look at all the factors that would adjust that. We don't gloss over, we don't make, this is one rule that's gonna cover everything. I think we have to go through each one of these, and that's why we scheduled as much time as we did for budgeting. So we can come and, every request that comes in is important, and we need to be sure that we understand the basis for that request, like they presented it. Give it the full view.
One last question, Judge. You mentioned that in talking with our financial advisor, that he feels like we've kind of reached that plateau where if the fund balance increased, like you said, 43%, and he said no. Is there a floor to that also? He didn't happen to talk about the other direction, did he?
I don't recall that, but all I know is the results in our bond rating from what we're doing right now.
Right, sure.
And so it just makes sense to me to,
Obviously doing something right. We're
Yeah.
doing something right, yeah.
if it's not broke, well, don't be trying to mess with it, so.
Okay, thank you.
So I think keeping these thoughts in mind, like the judge just mentioned, our task at hand now is to work through all of the requests, all of the expenditures, build what you feel is, sufficient for the proposed budget. And then we'll continually, as we make those adjustments through discussion, we'll continually come back to that summary sheet, see where we are, see how it all plays in.
Right.
And then we can start playing with the tax rate, when you feel comfortable doing that. But again, we can continue to talk about any of these topics and how they play together. If we can continue to come back, of course,
Sure.
sporadically through the next couple of weeks
And-
as well.
Like we did today, when we come back for the next meeting, if there's questions that weren't answered on the prior meeting, let's iron them out before we go forward. We understand where we are. Any other questions or comments before we get into what we're supposed to talk about?
Okay,
That
so, again, recapping that high-level information, budget and tax rate and summary. And so now we'd start we're going to start by going back to the personnel discussion. And so Anna Picasso, our HR director, is here with us. And so she's going to recap some of those highlights that she discussed last week and then start going into the details. And so I will turn that over to her and we'll keep moving.
Anna, we're gonna be using this that you handed out last week.
I'll reference it just a little on my
Okay.
overview. Good morning.
Morning.
So related to that packet, the presentation I've been referencing, there are additional pages that I've added, and that is in the budget SharePoint drive in there, but I have printouts of that as well. Of just the pages, so you don't have a whole new packet.
Can you pass something out?
Yeah.
Ben, wait, give Will another bottle of water, please.
There's one for,
Come prepared.
I'll just pass those around.
You must have had a
Never
long
know when you
weekend.
might choke and need
Grab one of
drinks.
those.
Well, one of them's
Pass it around. We're gonna come up short, or we don't have enough.
there's three.
Three left, okay.
so just to I won't touch on those new pages immediately. That'll be kind of down the line in the morning. I want to first recap the overview we've completed so far for personnel. And so we touched on a lot of the larger programs and adjustments that the court considers annually. So we've reviewed COLA estimates, that's right now sitting at 1.61%, which was included in Francis's summary sheet that she had up. And then we reviewed, just to remind the court, there'll be an update next week, I believe on the 15th, to that number. That'll be the last update that we provide the court during budget. And then we also reviewed some of the major pay programs that we currently have in place, and then we reviewed proposals for new pay programs. So we reviewed incentive pay. We'll actually be presenting this year's payout. We're hoping to have that on the regular court session coming up next week. We're finalizing numbers and payout lists for that for the court to consider for payout. That budget's already approved for this year, but just when we get into those discussions, having that in the back of your minds that you're still considering the program for funding for fiscal year 2026. And then we'll try to, in that presentation, include details on how the payouts worked this year to hopefully help you in your decision for funding next year. So that's a pay program that exists this year that we reviewed, and then new programs that were presented to the court for consideration were the child care cost assistance program through the existing dependent care account that we already have in place. Commissioner Perry asked a question about whether or not we could kind of make a eligibility requirement out of health plan participation. And so just to follow up on that question so that everybody knows, the dependent care account has its own IRS requirements. And we can't tie it to participation in the health plan, so that's not something that we could do, but I want to follow up and let you know we looked into that. And then we also just did a brief overview on the two pay program requests being proposed by the sheriff's office. And so that would be training pay for field training officers and jail training officers, which is a peer-to-peer training function that they currently have. We reviewed that, and then we also briefly touched on nurse shift differential pay. And they're kind of just trying to mirror that to the existing shift differential pay for jailers. So we reviewed those three programs being pitched for consideration. And then we went into some of the more detailed requests, kind of an overview of how many requests are on the list for consideration for court, including new positions, a few reclassifications, salary adjustment requests, and then a group of 5 HR-initiated salary recommendations for those folks under 8, the 0.80 comp ratio we try to target. And then just did a brief overview of elected official salaries and where they stand for comp ratio compared to peer counties. 2 follow-ups for that we took away. One of them was there were questions from the court on, the 5 positions that we identified being below 0.8. Let me go through that, and that's these here. So there was a question as to, why were they so off market? And so I did look at last year's survey information, which that survey was conducted by, again, the consultants last year that we invited to help us out. And we actually had 3 on the list that I identified. They had been below a 0.8 even last year, just between the consultants and I think with how many factors we were considering just for the new structure implementation, these 3 were just missed. And so I'm just they're within the pay grade established by the consultants. However, they're below 20% market, and they were last year as well. And so I included the survey average from last year, from 2024. So you could see there was an increase of about 3,000 and 2,000 for those 3 first positions listed here on the screen. And so they had been low, so there wasn't some dramatic change from last year. Same with the 2 bottom positions, the evidence tech supervisor and payroll administrator. They had also had a low ratio, but they were just at that 0.80. You could see their comp ratio last year was 0.801 and 0.802. So they were right at that threshold. So we wouldn't have flagged them that last year, but with now the new survey information, they're being flagged. So that's a follow-up. Any questions on that?
Any questions?
Great.
Just missed.
Yes, just 3 were missed last year. I think the focus was on bringing all positions to minimum of the new structure that the consultants were proposing. And then a lot of the ranges that they were proposing, especially in some of these lead positions like assistant director facilities and lead records clerk, they have a wider range, pay range. And so while we accomplished getting them within their pay range, we failed to flag that other marker that we like to keep consistent, which is keeping positions within 20% of market.
Reference the new request, which you've alluded to already. Is this correct with position change request and new request, and then everything that's added into that as far as retirement, Social Security, on and on. Just those numbers come to about $1.8 million.
I don't know that.
That's what you sent me when I think I asked that question. Or
Oh.
somebody sent it to me.
Yeah.
Just, 1.853866. So just without anything, with just those requests right there is almost $2 million.
No,
No,
no.
no.
1.8 million includes all the new position requests, all the change in requests. I believe these requests are incorporated in the equipment, the other personnel considerations, including the dependent care, part-time changes,
Okay.
FTO,
I see.
all personnel
Okay,
requests.
so just the personnel part of it would be a little over $1 million then, on the new personnel.
Just new personnel.
Just new.
And request changes for current personnel.
I'm sorry, I only have the salary.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track there.
Yes.
New position request was 1.25 million.
1.25 million on new position requests.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
all right, thank you.
So I had another follow-up from our last meeting, or last session, and that was just getting confirmation on the comparisons for commissioners who oversee road and bridge departments, and which of those peer counties have unit road systems. And so that we're actually still waiting to hear confirmation. We did this survey, but it's been over 2 years, and so I didn't want to count on that. So we're asking again just to be sure there haven't been any changes. And so we're just waiting on, that was my only other pending kind of research that I wanted to bring back to the court. So we're working on that. So we reviewed the salary adjustment requests, and then for new position requests, we also conducted a brief overview of all of the data that HR compiled in order to come to a recommendation for each of the requests for new positions. And so we reviewed that as well. The only other kind of major component of personnel for the court to consider would be step pay, and whether the court will want to see adjustment options to try to maintain the step pay plan program that was recommended by the consultants this past year. But I'd like to have first, HR has some options, but I think that we'd like to have the court first hear from the sheriff's office, and hopefully they could speak to how the plan has been working so far, and then their thoughts for maintenance moving forward. Does the court have any questions for me about what we've covered so far?
Questions? I proceed.
Okay. I think we can hand it off to the sheriff's office. For their, is that what you had up next, Francis?
Yes, if y'all want to talk about step pay.
Okay.
And Anna, if you could, be sure the microphones, or speak up just a little, and Haley also, when you talk.
Oh, I need to
Bring
scooch
the
my
microphone
chair
around.
up. Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
do that. Do y'all want to take my place up here?
And I don't, I'm trying to think, we do have two officials that wanted to speak on their request. Do we want to go ahead and get let them speak on their
Yeah.
request, and they can get
You
back
to work.
to where they
Yeah,
need to be?
that's up to judge.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I hate to
a good idea.
move,
Let
segue away from.
let the judges go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll stay up here in case the court wants to see any of the data related to their request, and then we can
Judge
switch.
Richardson,
We have Judge Richardson and Judge Hensley, and they wanted to just give you a little bit of firsthand information about their request for their
Okay.
personnel.
y'all come forward.
And I know we'll be covering those, of course, in more detail later.
Judge Richardson answered the question a minute ago. Your data and their data they dovetail together, right?
So Judge Richardson does have his own information. And yes, for the most part, it does dovetail, it kind of matches up. He is lending a little more weight in consideration for truancy cases based off of how many hearings he's holding. He used a factor of 3 for truancy cases, but the basis for the truancy cases is out of OCA, or the Office of Court Administration Reporting, where I'm only using a factor of 2, just based on OCA procedures for truancy hearings. So I have to base it off of that kind of in-print procedure.
But when you use the 2, it went way.
It's still, right, it still showed quite a bit of volume. And so we came to kind of the same conclusion.
Sure.
That was the primary difference between his data and my data.
Yeah, because when you first put out your data, you didn't have it. It was probably leaning toward the no.
Exactly.
Now it's leaning toward the yes from you.
Yes, the truancy, kind of going through the procedures for truancy hearing and confirming that there are 2 hearings required for each truancy case. Brought it,
Minimum 2.
Minimum
yeah.
2.
minimum, brought it to
Gotcha.
that
Thank you.
that recommendation change. Yes, sir.
Pressure's on the judge now not to talk us out of it.
Might ought to, Judge, might ought to just walk out.
So Judge, we're
Mic drop.
Judge Richardson, I think your request was specific, so.
I want to support her too.
Morning.
Good morning. Well, I'll speak first while Ms. Judge Hensley gets her stuff together. I think me and Anna have been back and forth on emails and discussing things, and I appreciate the consensus and what you came to. I just want to make one comment on the last email you sent me.
Yes, sir.
How our numbers differ. And you quote, "When receiving the truancy procedure, it seems that only 2 hearings are required, preliminary and adjudication. There may be a follow-up hearing to modify remedies. There are also contempt hearings." So in a perfect world, I would hope and wish and pray that we had the model that Ms. Anna presented to you today. But the brutal facts are, when you have your initial hearing and you give your remedial orders, these kids have 10, 15, 20 absences. They have no family life, no role models. They're generally jail, they're generally probation, there's failed drug tests. And on average, it takes initial hearing and 3 follow-ups for a total of 4 hearings per family that's filed per case. That is the honest truth. You could randomly call Judge Miramontes and ask her what she's doing. You can ask Judge Hensley. In a perfect world, we wish it was 2. That would take 450 hearings and turn into 900, when in fact it's 12, 15, 1,600. That's what we're looking at. And the only reason I want to bring this up is because when we pull OCA numbers, which are the numbers that I initially sent y'all, those are input by the clerks, chief clerks of the court, and they're sent to OCA. So it's just a matter of going into the database, putting a date and an end date, and then the numbers are downloaded into the spreadsheet. They are what they are. They're not modified, fluffed, deleted, nothing's taken from it. So that's really all I've got to say. I'm hearing that you're leaning towards a 4th clerk, which is greatly needed. And I will say that these numbers, if you look at the history on the spreadsheet I gave you, the last 3 years prior to this have supported the same act that you're in sense approving today. So we have been struggling. And during those 8 months of truancy, we get way behind on everything else because we just can't keep up. And the numbers continue to grow. So last year we did 300 and something. This year we're at 431. I'm not going to throw out what I'm hearing, but the number could go to 500. We could have a couple of more schools coming our way. I'm trying to be a little proactive and help my girls because we're dog paddling right now. So any increase in personnel would be a blessing to us.
Okay. Judge Hensley?
We're also drowning, but the main thing I wanted to address today, I have a real inequitable situation where one of my clerks is concerned. Vicki Merritt is salaried at $43,492, and Laura Berger, and these are both just clerk positions, is at 51,687. If you look at the page I gave you, you can tell they're paddling as hard as they can because our caseload is dramatically higher than anybody else's. And it has been for 10 years. I think I've been the top number of cases and the top grossing court for over 10 years. And Vicky's been with me 8 years. She works as hard as anybody else in the office. She's now doing a significant portion of the civil work, which is Laura's domain, but we've just been so inundated with that everybody does civil cases now. And so I would really like to bring her to at least the midpoint, which would be, I think, 0.9 on Anna's 8 to 1 scale, because she's at 43,492, and your midpoint is 46,9. And actually, I ran across something at OCA that the average clerk salary statewide was 48,000 and something. I'd love to get her to that because they're doing a lot more than average volume in my court. And they're having to climb over each other to do it. So we'd be happy to have another person, and Mr. Chapman tells me he can try to find us some space. That's why I've never asked for one before, is we're in such tight space. And I know y'all don't have any hidden closets around. I don't think. I've kind of looked around. I would like to evict Jeff across the hall from me, move him around the corner and let us have that office because it would be close to us. Judge Peterson has told us if we need it, that we can use that ante room in front of him, which I'm sure would be a distraction to him, but it's really the only spot we could put somebody. And so if we are able to add another person, I'm actually thinking about adding a person and not giving them a telephone. Because if they're answering they could do so much more, because we have a lot of just set up the files and move them from here to there kind of thing that somebody could do a lot faster in an office where they weren't answering the phones. It's much harder to do half the task, answer the phone, check the desk, and then get back to the task. You lose some efficiency every time. So if we are blessed to get another person, we may try, unless Mr. Chapman comes up with a good alternative, putting that fourth person in that ante room outside Judge Peterson's office and not equipping it with a phone. And maybe no phone would be less of a distraction to him, and they might be able to move quicker. But that's the main reason I wanted to talk to you, is that I want to see if we can't get Vicki a little more equitable situation, because she's been with me 8 years and she does really good work. And that's all I had on my mind.
Okay, any questions for the judges?
The only question I have, maybe more for Anna, how did we get from 43 to 51? How did that happen?
I went to bat for her because our civil volume, what Laura was doing, was so far over what's reasonable. And we finally got to the point that everybody's cross-trained, but we've switched from pinch hitting occasionally to Vicki is now just picking up all of the garnishments and all of the requests for receiver. So she's doing a significant part of the civil work now.
Civil is similar to truancy in one way. When you look at it in OCA, Judge Inslee's doing 1,300, almost 1,400, and there's 4 more months. So she's probably going to end up close to 2,000. And the rest of us are sitting at 400 or 500. She's doubling, tripling us. The problem is when you look in the OCA report, it says 1,387 on the sheet I provided, but in reality, after you have the initial hearing, then all of them come back and they want to file receiverships. Once you've done the receiverships, then a portion of those come back with writs of garnishment. So you're handling some of these cases minimum 2 times. You could double that Even though you can't prove that in the system, it is proven in actual work in the office. And in some cases, you could say 2.3, 2.4 by this number, actual times the clerk touches that case and has to process, reach out, phone calls, set up hearings, hold the hearings, and all that implies.
And, you know, that has changed radically in the last 2 years because the legislature changed the process for going at collections, made it a lot easier and a lot more feasible for these debt claim companies to go back and do a receivership and a garnishment. We've probably had 10 times the requests for receiverships in the last 2 years that we had in the 9 years before that, because of the change in the legislature. Because for years, basically, we gave a judgment and we never saw it again. You know? And now we give a judgment and then they come back and they want a receiver, and then the receiver comes back and wants garnishment, and you do that, and then they come back and you have to approve their fee, and then they come back to either extend or terminate the receivership. So we're seeing them 4 or 5 times after we've gone to judgment. And so that's part of what's created such a stress in my office.
Another decision at the state level that has been pushed down to us, that they didn't provide any money to support it in their infinite wisdom. Hidden cost.
There you go. And I will say, initially, I had requested a raise for me because I was having one of those, I'm from the private sector, as y'all all were, and sometimes I get annoyed at process over product. But I also am having a property tax protest tomorrow, so I decided I shouldn't contribute to it. But I do want to try to get what's fair for Vicki taken care of.
So you'll be able to point out how you're saving money, and so give me a break.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Any questions for the judges?
How's your location? Are you good on location where you can expand if you need to?
We'll get TJ out there and we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I gave my office up to my chief clerk so she could be right there center and see the window, answer the phone, and be a sounding board for both of the clerks up front. We'll figure something out. We'll either put somebody in the room with her and we'll do it. But it's not about if, it's when. We've got to do something because we go through another year and we add another 300 cases from another school. We're looking at 600, 700, let's just say 6, and let's just use the 2. That's 1,200. Reality is going to be 4. That's going to be 2,000, 2,400 hearings just for truancy, not counting everything else. And we have like Precinct 1, we have one of the fastest growing precincts with Bosqueville, China Spring, and McGregor.
The question I have too regards that, you said you might pick up a few more schools.
Who are they, if you're picking them up, is somebody losing them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seeing that? What bothers me a little bit is that it's clear who's working and working very hard. How do you can't tell anybody no, I get that piece. They come to your court, you've got to serve them. But how are we getting to where the numbers are getting so proportionally out of, that concerns me. It bothers me a little bit.
So
Me too.
within your precincts, are you getting schools outside of your
Absolutely.
precincts?
Absolutely. 10 years ago, I took Midway because Fernando, Judge Villarreal, came to me and he said, I've got Waco High University, and those 2 entities alone we're short-staffed. We got to have people. Would you please take Midway? Because half of Midway actually lives in McGregor. They have a McGregor address, which is my precinct. So I've been doing Midway for 10 or 11 years. They're good for 200 to 250 cases alone. The all other, all Wednesday is nothing but Midway. Thursday is all other. We just added Robinson, Lorena, Harmony, Bruce Valetti, Riesel, Challenge Academy, and there's one other. And when they come to my window and say, we want to file these 20, 30, 50 cases, I can't say I'm sorry because it's not precinct specific.
Who, and Yeah.
Can I address this for a minute? Because my truancy's actually been going down because WISD is not filing. And I've done predominantly, when I first was elected, Fernando and I, basically, he did high school and I did below that. And so I've not done a lot of high school. Mine is usually, I'm dealing with parents. And real often, 2 hearings will do it with elementary school parents. Just once you make it clear, I will make you come in here every 2 weeks till you change this. But dealing with the high schoolers themselves, you have to decide, when you say 2 hearings, do you want to check the boxes, we did 2 hearings, or do you want to make a difference in these kids' lives?
Amen.
Because that's why everybody's going out there, because he's taking the time to actually talk to the kids, figure out what's going on with them, and then follow up to make sure it gets fixed.
Who's not doing truancies?
You've got the sheet, and you can look at the zeros all the way down the list under.
I don't have that
truancy.
with me right now, so.
Yeah, that's the one you sent us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere out there a listing of what schools are heard in what JP precincts?
No.
There's not a school, there's not a listing.
I mean, it's
Oh,
really
you could
just,
ask
I
each
mean,
JP to write down what schools filed with them.
yeah.
Yeah, traditionally,
They're just going to whoever they can find will
It's not
Well,
precinct specific.
do it.
right,
It's
they're
been
they're
my-
going
yeah,
It's
been
not,
my
it's not the
experience.
deal that
It's
who
been
can
my,
do it.
yeah.
and
It's
do
not
it
the deal. The per-
effectively.
It's the person that wants to spend
Wants to do
time
it, yeah,
with
right.
the children.
I've incorporated mental health in, and that's a big piece, and it is at the jail. I can tell you that doing magistration. We have a huge mental health problem at the jail. We also have one in truancy. So do you want to come in and say, hey, you got 15 absences, you're doing a $96 court cost, you're doing 20 hours of community service, and this online course for 4 hours, turn it in, and I'll dismiss you. We come back in 2 weeks, and they've got 5 more absences, and there's only been 10 days of school. I can't dismiss a case for blatantly doing something that they were filed on. So it takes about 4. A lot of times it takes 6. We put 6 sheets of paper for follow-ups. I've exhausted all 6 on some families.
And incidentally, they're technically not in contempt for not going to school. Well, I guess you could say they were, but what he told them is do the online course, do this, do that, and go to school. But they may have done everything else, they just didn't go to school. So, you're kind of in a quagmire.
I've got Claris Center, and they come in now, we detect a lot of mental health issues. So I will have Claris come up and talk to them quietly while I'm doing another case and get them onboarded. And then they get some mental health, whether it's psychology, whether it's medically or whatever. And I actually give them community service credit for going and getting the professional help. So what I try to do is treat the root cause. And instead of throwing a lot of mud on the wall and saying, here, I have taken them personally and found out if I don't fix the problem now, we're going to see it next year, and they've got 4 more kids. And this is just going to be a revolving door.
Yep.
So I address the root cause. I try to put things in place. And mental health is more than attendance to me. So if I can get them on a mental health plan and get them some help and some medication, I'll let them miss a day or 2. Because they were missing 5 or 10, now they're missing 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And we have to draw that out. But I have to address the root cause. And I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I think people appreciate that, and that's why they bring me people.
Yeah.
I don't go out and enlist and say, hit me, here's me. People come and they say, we want to start filing with you.
It's the curse of competence. He does a good job, and people seek him out.
What is an interlock?
An interlock is when you get a DWI at the jail,
Yeah.
and it's .15 or higher, or it's a 2nd or 3rd degree. So I do the interlocks at the jail, and I say, you've got 30 days to have an ignition interlock installed in the vehicle you primarily drive. I give them 35 days, once they bond out, to go get that installed. They turn that in, and I get the information saying it's been installed, completed. We cancel the bond revocation hearing. When they don't get it installed, they have to come to my court and explain to me why they haven't had it installed on their 2nd or 3rd DWI. I then have to hold a hearing, address it. Generally, I'm going to go off your bond, I'm going to rearrest you, and I'm going to double your amount, because I don't want you driving unsafe, drunk, and killing people in our community. I do several of those.
And so the reason why I ask is I just want to point out is that you're the only one that has any of those.
The only one that goes to jail,
So you're the only JP that's going to the jail?
only one. And again, not to hash.
We
out-
really appreciate that very much, so,
But that scenario you just gave also touches emergency protective orders and conditions of bond. And again, I will refer to Anna, when you look at the OCA report, it says you did 50. That's not true, because of those 50, there's 50% of that where they're gonna get a lawyer, they're gonna wanna have a hearing to do a bond modification in your court. Then you have to get your clerks to jump through hoops to call law enforcement. You got lawyers on both sides, plaintiff, defendant. Some can't be together. You set up a Zoom hearing. You got this zoo going on, and CPS is there. And so I hold a whole bunch of these hearings in my court because I retain jurisdiction until the DA has assigned the case to either county or district court. And that's something that is not detected in these sheets of paper. But it's something that our clerks have to work through in addition to the truancy and everything else that goes on in our court. And I think that's what gets lost. If you just look at a piece of paper and say, well, this is what you're doing, I think there's merit to that. But I also think you need to know the rest of the job and what that entails and what we're actually struggling with. And Judge Hensley's doing almost 3 times in civil.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the passion that both y'all have in your, doing your job. That's what you were elected to do, and you're doing it. And it doesn't go unnoticed, I can tell you that. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
If I can put in a plug here, if you appreciate him going to the jail, you should give him more of a premium for it.
I didn't say
I
that.
understand.
I said it.
I didn't say that. Thank y'all very much.
Hey, Joe, have a great day.
Take care. Okay, we got a lot of land to plow, so, Anna?
I think we were about to pivot to the sheriff's office
Yes.
step plan. And I'll just hang out up here.
Also what?
I'll just hang out up here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, guys, who's gonna? Guy with a few words and another guy with more words.
While they're getting set up, Judge, I'll say, certainly appreciate that SO stepped up right away with the crisis and the
Yeah.
tragedies down there in Kerr County and those areas. They stepped up and offered assistance right away, anything they had to offer. And
Yeah.
I know they did some covering for game wardens and everything who got pulled in, and so appreciate y'all's willingness to help.
A bit.
We always want to help out when those things happen, but we don't want to oversaturate.
Sure,
So
and
if we
I
can
know
help-
that's.
Help
and-
locally.
And that
which is
can
what
happen
we've
too.
done, Cover for the game wardens so that they can distribute those resources. We
Yeah.
always want to be able to accommodate.
And
them.
we've been in good contact with TDM, that, we're on the list.
Yeah,
For
we're on
them
the
to
list.
ask for, help, and they're managing it, so, but,
I think
y'all
the
do a
help's
great
gonna
job.
come later too, because,
Lots of it.
when all the cameras go away and all
Yeah.
the people go away, and
It's
that's when they really need some help.
massive, historic deal, for sure. Okay,
All right, we're going to go through our FY '26 personnel requests. In the original presentation, there was a position that was in there. We have withdrawn that position from our requests. These are the only requests that we are making. We have very similar issues with the data that HR presented, such as Judge Richardson did, for the metrics of what the amount of work is that goes on and the metrics that are being considered for workload going down year over year via cases or via offenses. Offenses are not cases, but we're not in a position to make that argument this year. So we're moving on with these requests. All right, our first one is going to be the FTO pay. This is a program that transforms recruits into competent, skilled, professional solo officers, shaping the future of the agency. These programs provide a structured and hands-on approach to real-world policing and corrections, ensuring new officers can effectively and safely perform their duties. When this presentation was originally made, there are the comp counties, that's a direct clip from the presentation that was given by HR on the right-hand side. They said 6 of the 10 provide compensation for it. It's actually 7. Brazoria County does not allow overtime during the FTO training. They allow them to record an hour of overtime on their timesheet that they may not have worked for every day that they have an FTO with them. We've called them twice to verify this. Each section, whether it's the deputy or the jail, the FTO program is vital for raising up the next generation of recruits. If we don't invest in these employees in the beginning of their tenure with us, we are going to get a poor return on that employee. And in order to get a quality return, we need people who are invested in training. We need the people that we need to have, not the people we can get to do it. The training for the deputies is TCOL mandated, as well as the training for the jailers. These are TCOL mandated FTO programs. The deputy program includes things like radio operations, computer and CAD operations, departmental forms, geography, search and seizure, investigative techniques, evidence procedures, de-escalation of hostile situations, traffic stops, driving pursuit abilities, and dealing with mental health consumers. The jail is a similar scope. It's the same people that we deal with on the streets that come into the jail. It's just they have more regulatory oversight. Some of those are jail standards, facility operating procedures, inmate rules and regulations, emergency procedures and drills, radio communications, facility layout, physical control of inmates, safety awareness, searches, receiving inmates, and releasing inmates. And just to give y'all a heads up, I know that some of you gentlemen have sat in the seat that a lot of these guys have sat in before. This is an FTO manual. This has to be filled out for every employee, and this is missing 50 sheets. They will have to write a report every single day, a written 1-2-page report for what that trainee did, as well as go through a detailed list every single day. This is what gets filled out. It is not a small amount of work. It covers a very large scope of duties. And y'all know the vastness of what those duties are that these guys go through. They're not just people that are taking calls for service. It could range from attending a school for a drug awareness program to a multiple homicide. You could be dealing with mental health consumers, and they could have to switch that hat to be a social worker. So in order to train these people to get the maximum from them, we need to be able to pick the people that we need to do the job, positive peer support, and not just the people that we can coax into doing it. So, any questions on that?
How many FTOs do you have?
You mean FTOs like FTO trainers? or
Training
FTOs?
officers.
Currently, we have, okay, I'm going to split it up into FTO and JTO verbiage for you, right? So we're
Okay,
going to have
okay.
approximately 10 at the jail and about 5 on patrol 610 is approximately correct.
Okay. Of those, David, how many of them carry master level certification?
Well, on the patrol side, you're going to have a few of them to do, but very few of them are going to carry that on the jail side. Most of those are going to be intermediate jailers.
Intermediates? Okay.
How many hours is a basic police officer training now?
So the TCOL accredited version,
600, 800?
yeah. Are you talking about the police academy? It's in the 600s, but and to be like quantify the FTO, that is the basic number of hours that TCOL will accredit you for. There is no single department, including our own, that does a 160-hour minimum course. You cannot get everything that you need.
Oh, I got you.
Even the geography, and y'all played that game before. You just can't get all that stuff in 160 hours.
Yeah, I think the High Patrol Academy's 1,200 hours when you graduate. And, you know, were you FTO? Yeah, I was FTO too, and he's FTO. Back then, it was a badge of honor to wear the FTO. Do y'all use that for promotions?
So-
To look at a promotion
We-
later?
And HR did bring that up to us, and we already do that. We've done that for years. That's not something that's new. Those people, there's a list when someone turns in for promotions with us. And if it's the basics, you know, I go over a lot of this stuff in the new employee orientation. I go to the new employees, I talk to all the new employees in an orientation class that we put on at the jail, and we talk about some of these things. And it's important for these folks to understand, they have to be able to check they have to be able to check some boxes.
Sure.
And we'll tell a good employee, you know, you're a great employee, you're just not there. You need to go do some other things. You need to branch out and get more experience. You need to go work releasing. You need to work property. You need to do FTO. You need to be SRT, the 15 different programs, special jobs that we have out there at the jail.
Is the FTO, because I didn't have FTO program when I was a jailer, is that seem to be working better now?
It does, and we're about to undergo some changes where that book that I just held up, that is the actual book. We do it on pen and paper. We're transitioning to a digital system for that, so guys don't have to carry around huge 500-page.
We were fortunate to when I was FTO at the end, I was all computerized and stuff like that. Was a lot better than, because I could write it on a laptop while things were happening in a patrol car. Do you shorten the FTO program on a prior police service? If you hire from the outside, coming to patrol?
We've done it both ways.
Both ways.
We've had an abbreviated version for an outside hire coming into the enforcement side. And then, but if we can, we like to give them the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because we feel like we're investing in them. I can think of an individual that had the abbreviated version because we were looking forward to getting him into his unit. And then looking back on it, when the opportunity to do it again, we said, let's invest in this person and let them sit through the whole thing, so they're just understanding the McLennan County procedures. But to follow back up on, are we incentivizing the JTO at the jail for promotion? That is definitely considered. It is considered in the same way that, you know, when these applicants come forward to go to the police academy, oftentimes they'll say, hey, you're doing a great job, but another couple of boxes you can check to prepare yourself for the next set of responsibilities is going to be join the special response team, the SRT, you know, which is the SWAT version of the jail. Apply to be a supervisor, apply to be a corporal, and then you also need to be a JTO. And so when they have those three boxes checked, they've kind of rounded out as much as they can for their career development at the time. But in talking to the jail staff, that JTO, that investing in the trainer and then investing in the new hires, that seems to be the priority message that we're getting back. Also, to touch base on jail school and the FTO programs, we've changed that we try not to let someone sit on a temporary jailer's license and work in the jail for months. We try to get them into jail school and prioritize that as soon as possible. That's just a balance between overtime and staffing.
Do we hold jail training at the jail, or do we have to go to MCC now for get your license?
We run our own jail academy. In fact, there are other agencies that bring their temporary jailers to get licensed through our jail academy that we run at our facility. We are a licensed facility.
And how many deputies do we have in the jail now as far as certified?
So that number is probably going to be around 25, but they are not paid as deputies. They are all in jailer slots. They just hold a deputy's or a peace officer's license. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? And I'll tell you too, Commissioner, a big issue with saying consider it for promotion, there's 15 things that are extra, where people are doing extra out there.
Yeah.
And the issue we run into is we just don't have enough promotions to take care of all the people that do one extra thing.
That makes sense.
So there has to be a breaking point where we say there's a priority on trying to invest in the new employees and the people that train them to get a positive output on those folks.
Are we done with FTO piece?
Yes, sir?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. Then when we come back, we're gonna go to right around 11:30, and then we'll recess for lunch and come back after that. If that sounds all right, so let's recess.
Recording stopped.
provide this for their employees, Baylor, Scott and White, and Ascension. We're of course not asking for the values that they provide in differential for their medical personnel. We're asking for a lower rate just to get into it. HR said that LVN is above the market. We're very aware of that. We are not asking for this to solve a problem of salary disparity. That was not in our initial request that was given to them. It was not a workload issue. None of those problems were the problems that we said we had with jail medical, not one of them. The request is being made to solve the problem of keeping more experienced staff on nights. The average day shift tenure for a nurse is 6.65 years, and the average tenure for a night shift nurse is 1.59 years. HR's methodology considers 3 factors: application numbers, turnover, and functions differ amongst positions that warrant a difference in pay. 0 of the current methodologies presented to y'all by HR address the problem that we have, that we're trying to resolve with this. It is keeping the experienced people on nights. Medical accounts for a large portion of our jail complaints, a large portion of our lawsuits. In fact, we just succeeded in one. Having those experienced people on nights reduces the strain on supervisors who come in the next day and provides that critical response in those moments that we need it on the night shifts by keeping those tenured folks there. We think this is going to have a very similar effect that the night shift differential pay did for the jail staff. The HR department recommended the jail staff one because the jailers have high turnover. So once again, it was not for the problem that we had, it was for a completely separate reason. And that reason is the same reason we are asking for this for our nursing staff. Any questions about that?
I ask this question about every 2 to 3 years, and let's see if the answer's changed any. With the budget set as it is now for, I think nurses are the only thing left that we don't contract out, correct?
Correct.
Have we looked at what a cost would be?
Well, nurses, CMAs, we don't contract out. We have.
I'm saying if we did.
We have not looked at that. Let me take that back. I had looked at it several years ago when the court had asked me to, but I have not looked at it since then. That was a separate company. I'm sure the number is very different. CPIs have been 9% since then probably, so it's probably very, very off.
I think for just a level of comfort, I wouldn't mind knowing what that number would be.
We can certainly look that up and provide that to you.
I'm not saying I'm recommending it, a level of comfort.
I remember the discussion, you're correct, but one of the reasons was that not to have all of our eggs in one basket. So you got a contractor, and if something goes awry with that.
Oh, no doubt, but if
Yeah.
there's a big discrepancy.
Yeah, I agree, yeah, and so that would be kind of wouldn't that be covered in the market analysis? I don't know,
That's why I'm just asking, I'm
Yeah.
not very much of a.
I will say we have seen benefit to the comment that you just made, Judge, where the group of McLennan County nurses in our medical department has been instrumental with a positive onboarding with Turnkey. We've been happy with both groups, and they're working well together.
That's key right there.
But to have that solid foundation where there's consistency to onboard the contractors, we'll definitely look at it, but I do want to at least highlight the positive working relationship that the jail medical environment is working under right now.
And, I just think we would be remiss if we didn't at least
Yeah,
look at that and go,
that's
hey,
what-
we're doing the right thing.
That's why we're in this office, because the taxpayers ask us to do that, so.
Are y'all fully staffed RN, LVN?
LVN?
Morning, day shift, I apologize, day shift.
Yes, the day shifts are fully staffed,
Okay, those are fully staffed.
fully staffed.
All right, do any of the RNs or LVNs transition to days when the openings come up?
So normally the more tenured people do, because that's just the way the system has always worked. And I'm not saying that that is a system that is good or ideal, but any job where anyone works a 24/7 business or has a 24/7 business, the majority of people want to come to days. It's the same thing we experienced with the jailers. And when we originally looked at that program, we sent out a survey to all the jailers. It was arduous, but to ask them, because I thought to myself, I would not work nights when I first got hired on or stay on nights for that amount of money. I wouldn't, it wasn't substantive enough for me to live that nighttime lifestyle. But it was for them, and it has been successful. So I think that we can keep some of the people that are more experienced on nights. It's not necessarily about filling all of the slots, but it's about getting some folks who have 5-6 years of experience onto nights so that they can deal with more situations and problems. Because, Commissioner, you know, as well as the rest of the court, the things that walk in from, we have no idea what's going to walk through those doors. We could have people who are in psychosis. We can have people who are intoxicated. We can have people who are high on drugs. All of those people are getting medically checked. All 11,000 folks that walk through our jail's door every single year, the first stop they make is medical. And medical is our primary source of identifying problems with individuals and trying to mitigate liability for the county.
If people transition from night to day when openings occur, is this going to, could it have a detrimental effect on filling the daytime shift because somebody's making a couple of dollars extra an hour on the night shift?
We actually did something similar to this a while back. They had different slots. They had nighttime and daytime slots back in the day. That was, it's very not transparent to manage. So the easiest way to do it is with this system. So you're going to lose some experienced people to nights who don't mind working the night shift to make a little bit of extra money. But you're still going to have some folks who are going to prioritize that daytime schedule.
Daytime.
Yes.
Is that pretty much true with jailers also?
Absolutely is.
Some of them, given the opportunity, they jump to the daytime shifts.
Correct.
Okay.
That's why we incentivize a little higher the night shift.
Correct. And
That's what I was, didn't we incentivize the night shift?
Yes.
What year did we do that?
Last year.
Last year, first time that I'm aware.
That was for jailers, not.
Those jailers.
Jailers, yeah.
But it,
Your body just can't function at night.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I did that for, 15 months. I was in the jail on midnights and it ruins your body.
Yeah, it's not healthy, right, yeah.
But unfortunately, we can't shut down at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we can't shut
Everybody go
down,
home.
we don't have that ability.
no.
Okay.
And that liability mitigation, once again, is a huge issue because that primary identification, when they walk through that door, the jail medical personnel and the experience that they have are going to be key for making sure that we minimize that liability of taking in people that have ingested drugs, have mental health conditions, make sure we have hospital clearances, all those things that happen at booking that are very fast, very furious. And some of y'all have worked for other agencies, and y'all know that the time frame that all the officers want it done in is yesterday. So any more questions on that one?
any questions?
I know we've talked, is Anna, we're gonna wait till the end and you address HR's into this, or do we want to do it as we move to each of them, through each of them? It doesn't matter to me.
Well, it's, court's decision, if you want to ask her questions as we go.
Which is easier to address, as they come up or at the end?
I think at the end, I'll be
Okay.
fine with reviewing kind of what,
Okay, that's fine.
what I had compiled, and then any additional questions I can
Okay.
take on the program. Sorry to make you keep notes, I guess.
Keep notes.
Okay, proceed.
All right. Slide 19. This is a slot conversion. The first one is our CIU sergeant. This individual, we are asking to reclass from the jail table to the enforcement table. It is not a new position, it is just a reclass. There is a salary difference going from table A to table B, so to speak. This individual, we actually identified this last year prior to implementation, but we didn't want to hold off 500 employees. The plan was already very late coming out to try and remedy this one position number. So we're just asking that this position be reclassed from the jail scale to the LE scale. There's a list of some of the duties up there on the PowerPoint presentation, and we've spoken to most of these duties already. They manage criminal cases, they manage the threat to life cases. That's all of your school safety stuff, threats to your schools, and the unincorporated or non-ISD police department areas. Manage intelligence reports completed by the investigators, and supervises and conducts all the internal investigations for our department. So they have a very pivotal role, and it is all enforcement-based. The second item you see on there, that's a reclass from the jail table to the enforcement table. We did not identify this. We did not request this. So I want to be transparent about that. During some of the conversations we had with the HR department, HR told us that they wanted us to ask for this, so we have added this to our requests. This individual works in the same division as the CIU sergeant does. He actually works for him. He is the gang investigator, Tex gang guy. That's always traditionally been filled by a jail corporal. And we want to move him over to the LE scale per HR's recommendation to us. Costs about $1,123 to do that, so. Any questions?
Are these, I'm sure these positions are already certified police officers?
Correct, both of them are. Yes, sir. Any other questions? We'll go slide 20. This is our last item, but it is the most important to us. This is the salary system adjustment. Just go over some brief history. FY16, the STEP plan was introduced to stay competitive with comp agencies. The plan was not maintained and only COLA was applied. This led to widespread disparities in the salary ranges, mostly in the entry-level positions. FY25, a new STEP plan is approved. The court invests in a market analysis. The market analysis and strategy lead to the adoption of a new pay system. The intent of the system is to maintain market competitiveness through analyzing the market average. The plan is implemented in January of 2025, 1 quarter into the fiscal year in which it was approved. May 2025, HR provides data to us and y'all that the new plan is 4.65% behind within the same year that it was implemented. All right, slide 21. This is the HR plan. And the other ones I won't mention. I'll get into them briefly, but I just want to go over this. I don't want to belabor it because we've all kind of looked at this quite a bit. You have the McLennan County side, the min, mid, and max, and then the market average, min, mid, and max. Those are all 50th percentiles. None of those are actual highs. That's not comparing like Hays County. Those are all 1.0s, 0.5s, whatever comp ratio, 50th percentile terminology you want to use. And that is the proposed plan for HR. That is the hybrid plan. That plan is 4.65% to jail and jail corporal, and then everyone else gets COLA. All right.
Do y'all want the large paper version of that? I see y'all. Oh,
Yeah.
I had copies.
So I'll go to slide 22. These are the additional plans that were presented by HR. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time here.
I'll take one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, bring them on. When you start putting a bunch of numbers up there, it's a lot harder to see.
Yeah. I tried to zoom in as much.
A few I can focus in on.
I tried to get maximum zoom, Commissioner. I'm also
I would hate
eyesight
to
impaired.
print something and we didn't use it. That'd just be.
Is that the same thing?
Paper
I
use.
kept mine.
He still got his.
I've got one in
Good
my
job.
office. Not mine. See, I'm a new kid on the block.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll stay on this one just to make sure we're all on the same page. The market average is the 2020, marked by the title column 2025 market average. It says mid, and max. Those are all 50th percentile salaries. None of those are Waco PD, Hayes County as a high end. That is the range of salary for that position from entry level to maximum number of years of service in a tenured system. That is what that is, at the 50th percentile. Those market variances over on the right-hand side are also averages. So the way that the average percentage of 4.65 was come up with, which I'm not going to get real deep into, is an average of an average of an average of an average was taken to get to 4.65%. And you can see that if you go back to slide 21 for me real quick, even in this plan, the jailer corporal position, after she applies the 4.65%, is still 9% down. And I'm going to make some comments on that later as well. There's plenty of positions that will be up or down here. Some of them will be over, which we do not endorse. We endorse and believe in the market averages. That's what we were told. And that's what the court's goal was and what they wanted to achieve, was market competitiveness with the 50th percentile. I go to slide 23. So the reason I'm not going to belabor any of the other plans that were presented by HR is because none of the elected officials that we've met with have mentioned any HR presented plans other than the hybrid plan, not one. So I'm not going to get around all these other plans. I just want to get to, that is the plan that has been pushed or selected by HR as their primary push. The hybrid plan will leave multiple core entry-level positions and first-line supervisor positions significantly behind in FY26. Generally applied adjustments will lead to market disparity. Some positions will be substantially under, and some will be substantially overpaid. This is the average of the average of the average of the average that comes up from those other sheets.
But that's still average.
It's also a mathematical fallacy, unfortunately. Jail corporal will be almost 10% behind the starting pay in 2025 if the HR recommended plan is adopted in FY26. Let me say that one more time. Jail corporal would be 10% behind on starting pay right now if you went ahead and adopted this plan. Deputy will be below market average 5.5% on the bottom and 3.0% on the top if this model is adopted in FY26. And those are some of our most competitive positions. That all assumes that the comparison agencies will provide a 0% raise for any of their employees in FY26 because we are using FY25 data to set our FY26 scale. And the goal is the 50th percentile of the FY25 scale. 4 agencies within our comparison group are under civil service or CBAs. That's going to be Waco PD, Hayes County, Webb County, and Jefferson County. So we can't make an argument that we have no idea what these counties are going to do. We have a pretty good idea what they're going to do. They have legal agreements to show us what they're going to do. The contractual agreements show that these agencies are going to apply between a 4.72 and a 9.55% increase to their schedules or positions. We're not asking for that. We're still not. That's just an example. 9 of the 10 comparison agencies offer substantial soft pays. Comparing base salary to base salary without accounting for total compensation misrepresents our competitiveness in the market. FTO, certificate, education, SWAT, CNT, jail step-up program, instructor, etc. Those are just a few of the programs that our peer group offers. And these programs add to their department's overall total compensation. Slide 24. I'm going to talk about the importance of each one of these departments to us, or each one of the sides of the table that have been made. That's the jail and the enforcement side. Our jail is one of the top 10 largest jails by population in the state of Texas. We house more contract inmates today than any county-run facility in the state of Texas. We bring in between $12 million probably this year, generated from the federal inmates and housing out-of-county inmates. The jail takes on additional responsibilities all the time. We run courts in the jail because it's good for the DA, it's good for the court, so it's ultimately good for us, but it's not our duty. We do the PSRS, recovery health care, we enter disposition information for the courts, and we're one of the few offices that maintains our own buildings and does our own groundskeeping. For TCJS, we have a 100% compliance ratio. In fact, we're so compliant and favored by TCJS that they call us and ask us to house the inmates of non-compliant facilities. We're actually housing around 90 of them right now. Those facilities include Liberty and Falls County. We also house for people when TCJS finds non-compliant wings in their facilities where they have to do major repairs. We're looking at doing that with Correll County in the next month. So some of the things we're trying to do. Right now, we're in this crisis-driven business model at the jail. Every decision is a reactive decision, and it's all based on the court's opinion or decision that we're going to have the reactive salary schedule. Employee programs that we're trying to do to try to relieve some of the stress off the employees, because it is a tough job to work out there. And I know that it's easy for a lot of people to say it, but I can assure you it is. I have done it. I was hired on here as a base jailer back in 2005. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding the micro market, which we are very thankful that the court approved that. You'll see later in our operational budget, and we've spoken to some of y'all about some changes to our ODR to try and make that a more social place where employees want to come and less like a prison food line. Policy changes that we can do internally, and we're currently undergoing. We're changing policy for tattoos and what's acceptable, and for cell phones within the jail for responsible parties. We perform in the top percentile of the county jails, yet every year we have to sit here and beg for the 50th percentile, and we cannot maintain it any longer. We need some direction from the court about where we are going to go. If it's not the 50th, is it the 40th? Is it the 30th? Is it the 25th percentile? Where do we actually want to be? And I'm going to move on to slide 25 and talk about enforcement. All right. So we fully understand on the enforcement side that local agencies are not in our HR comparison group, but we had an elected official, a commissioner, ask us how we compare to those. And although it's not considered for salary changing, it is relevant because those are the agencies that we are actively losing people to. So we surveyed the top 5 responsible population. We are number 2 on the list for responsible population. Waco comes in around 150,000. We're 50,000. Everyone else is below that. So we take the top 6, including us technically. These are also all agencies that are actively recruiting from our employee population, from our jailers and from our patrol division. And if you look at their salaries, they've got some pretty good leverage to do it. There's some names out beside these agencies. These are all folks that we've recently lost to these agencies. I could have made this 5 slides in and of itself. But I don't have the time, and I'm sure y'all don't have the mindset to want to read it all. So some of these agencies, Belmead, Hewitt, Robinson, Woodway, and Waco, and we have split that up into the average salaries. Bear in mind, this is their 2025 salaries. 2 of those agencies, I believe, are civil service, and some of them have city CBAs. We are, with our base patrol guys, 9%, 9.7, 8.7, and 8.6 off of their median salaries. Their average, the 0.50. So we are 5th out of 6 for these agencies currently. And if the court adopts HR's recommended plan and Robinson gives the number that they have talked about in their discussions, 3.5 to 5%, we will be dead last in FY '26. Dead last.
How many positions does Robinson have?
20, I believe, 20. So, and they have an agreement with their city. They do not ever apply COLA. COLA is never considered.
They have a step plan?
They do have a step plan, but their plan is adjusted based on market data and merit is how their plan works. They do not use COLA.
So how does that interact with the step plan agreement? When so a step plan kind of gives you a predictive path that you're going on, but if you put these variables in, that could steer you one way or the other.
Well, and I'm not
We're not advocating for that
to
system.
go that way. It was, he was making the example that we're 5 out of 6 right now, and we're trending to be number 6 in October.
Well, but and let me say this real quick. You're comparing the numbers you have right now to their numbers that maybe has a 5% increase.
Correct.
So that skews it a little bit from the standpoint, there's gonna be something, we don't know what it is yet, so I hate to.
And when you say that about our salary numbers, right?
Correct.
So HR's presented 1.61%. That's what HR's presented. So that 1.61% is not gonna close the gap on any of those agencies. Because look at the numbers down below.
That current
8,
step
8.
or next step up years-wise that you're averaging?
So what?
In other words, if you, are you taking a 5-year employee right now who will move to step 6? Or are you using a step 5 versus their step 5 or whatever?
So the way that we're doing it is we are sitting with, so I'll correct something. We are not comparing us with a percentage or them with a percentage. We are comparing them now to us now, right? Them now to us now. So on your question, Commissioner, we're using this methodology because it's what HR chose, right? All the step plans don't have the exact same number of steps. So what they've done with the math here is they've taken for the positions, the minimum salaries, the maximum for that position, and then they take the average of that to get the median or average. It happens to be the same in the case when you only have 2 numbers. But that's what they're doing for the midpoint. So for instance, if you looked at ours in the midpoint, 69,456, that is just the midpoint. That is the halfway point between the minimum and the maximum.
On our steps?
Correct. There is no step that is 69,456. That step does not exist. It is a fake averaged number or median generated number, if that makes sense. Because if you go to an agency and they have, say, 4 or 5 steps and we have 7 or 8 steps, it's hard to make that direct comparison. So what we look at is just the minimum, the maximum, and then the average in between. So I will tell the court this, the jail has always been one of the most beneficial things that our agency has as a functioning police department / sheriff's office for enforcement. We are unlike any other local department in that we have a pipeline. We have a way to vet these employees, these next generation of patrolmen before we put them on the street by working in the jail. And that, we have depended on that. 90% of all the people that we put on the street come from the jail. And the only reason it's not 100 is because we don't have enough personnel at the jail to send the number of people to the academy that we need to fill all the slots. And if we did, we'd put 100% of our employees on the street would be from the jail directly. So that jail to deputy pipeline is quickly becoming the jail deputy to municipal police department pipeline. And if we drop to 6th, this is a very competitive business that we're in. Very competitive business.
We're chasing some rabbits, or I am chasing some rabbits here. David, I want to ask you.
Sure.
Of the inmates that we house that are brought to us from county municipalities. Are all of those felonies, or some of them, in other words, I know we're required by law to take, I assume they're felonies, or those people who are arrested for a felonious crime, but what about misdemeanors? Are we required to take, do we house anybody that we're not required to take from a city? Is there such a thing? I guess what I'm trying to say, we provide these cities this benefit free of charge. Is there anything out there that could be charged back to cities if we so choose in the future?
So we are responsible, that's one of the statutory duties that the sheriff is actually assigned with, is the maintaining of the county jail. And we are responsible for all the municipal jurisdictions that are within this county. Not any other county. Any other entity that comes to us, and this comes down to whether it's Correll County or Liberty County or some other jurisdiction, we're not gonna house their inmates for them for free. They're
I
going to
understand.
have to
I
pay.
understand that. I'm just saying, there's no revenue source there for housing municipal.
So we used to have a deal with Waco PD for housing Class Cs, but it is not beneficial for us. It was only beneficial for the city of Waco to have some teeth to their citations, but it serves no purpose for the jail.
It was a pay or take on that, and it was what, 5, 6 beds?
Yeah.
And then
It was
we've
very
looked into
small
this before too about pursuing that, and I don't think legal felt like there was a way that it's something that we're charged to do.
Yeah, it is a statute.
Right, and Commissioner, essentially, they're all state crimes, and so it flows through the county, except for those that are like a violation of a city ordinance, basically. And that's where Waco had that small group of 6 or 8 or 10 beds that we did for a few years. But outside of that, there's really nothing, because they're all state crimes, and as David said, it's the responsibility of the county and the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, no problem. And I want to, before we get off this slide, go over one more thing. The chart that's on there, Commissioners, is not our anticipated salary or their anticipated salary. That is today, after we did a market analysis, where we were supposed to be at the 50th percentile. That is today's, not tomorrow's salary. There's been no adjustments. That includes no percentages that they're going to increase their salaries for next year. That is what we are today and what they are today. Also, the county is called on often.
David, I want to throw something out real quick, just because it's a little harsh.
Sure.
The word beg is a little harsh. 2.4 million last year. So I'm just saying that from the perception we have at the court, no other department got anywhere near that last year, so.
And we understand, and we deeply appreciate the court's
Well,
consideration.
I think you need to understand that we look at things from a business standpoint, not from our emotional standpoint.
Sure.
So begging is not a word that I appreciate at all.
I will retract
It
that.
tells me that you think that you have to use other methods besides the logic of a request.
I don't think that I have ever presented something that isn't the logic of the request to this court, and I don't think that that is contained in here.
But you just described it as begging.
That is a poor choice of words.
It is. I agree with that.
Yeah, poor choice of words.
All right, you may proceed.
Hey, Major, on that bottom line there, it says every agency on the slide is planning more than 1.61.
Correct.
The way I'm hearing from Waco Police Department, Waco Fire, is that gonna be a case for them too? Because
Yes.
they're all having major cuts.
Yes.
So-
No, their civil service theirs ranges from 6.55 on the proposal to 9.55.
Thank you.
So we also provide coverage.
We're not in the civil service game.
No, and we're not indicating
I
that.
just want to make that clear.
The county is called on often, as the court is aware of too, on our patrol division, to cover for some of the other jurisdictions. When Lorena can't staff, the county takes the calls. When Mark can't find personnel, the county takes the calls. When Moody doesn't have the personnel to handle their calls for service, they call the county, and the county services some of their calls for service. So Our patrol division does a fantastic job of making sure that the citizens in McLennan County are receiving appropriate law enforcement services. All right, I'll go to slide 26. So what are we asking for? We are asking for the actual market average. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. This is a chart that has been created to the pay system. It is the HR's midpoint numbers with the minimums and the maximums that go across the ranges. And then the slide 27. What we're actually asking for. To reject the hybrid COLA and partial pay raise. Some increases are arbitrary, COLA-based, and we have seen where it leads with the previous step plan. Apply the 2025 market averages to our 2026 pay system. The cost is approximately $1.658 million. That's the 50th percentile, by the way, not the top end, the 50th percentile. And the court consider future additions of introducing supplemental pays or soft pays to bridge the gap in the total compensation offered by the county that every one of our peer group offers. Any questions?
Any questions?
Well, going back to the nurses, Anna, you said the nurses are 1.15 above average, LVNs? Does that sound right? They're at 1.15?
You mean their salary?
Yes, yes.
And how they relate to market?
Yes.
So RNs are almost at market. They're just a few decimals below that 1.00. 1.00 means the pay is at market.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's RNs. LVNs, comp ratio is 1.23.
Wow.
So they are 23% above the market pay for LVNs. And so, and they've historically.
And I know it's hard. My wife worked there 8 years, and I know how hard it is to be an LVN in the jail, but that 23% is pretty good pay increase. Could you adjust the day shift to lower to where it makes the night shift have their pay differential?
If they're not quite at 1 yet, then you drop them below the average.
They're not. They're at 1.23.
Thought you said,
The RNs
RNs.
are at almost.
who are you
one.
saying
LVN.
adjust? You're saying of just the daytime LVN?
No, yeah, the daytime LVN.
It's daytime and, okay.
They're paid the same right now across the board, the LVNs. You could do that. It hasn't been a practice to lower pay when the position is filled. And I believe all the LVN full-time positions are filled. But yes, 23% above market, and they're one of 3 position titles that are the highest paid compared to market across the entire county.
Yes, ma'am. My wife's probably shooting arrows at me right now, but yeah, I mean, that's crazy number for a salary. And Major, on the jail staff, are we gonna be around 24% turnover rate for the jailers now, probably corporals and jailers? Which is still bad to me.
So the state average overall is in the 30s.
Yeah, we're below the state
We're
average.
below the state numbers.
Right, okay.
And we've always maintained below that. So trying to, and we'll get into this, Commissioner, with some of our operational budget.
Right.
We're going to ask for some funds for consistent recruiting programs to try to keep those numbers up. Like, it's never going to be something that goes away. There's no jail that runs a super low turnover. Like, it's a high turnover position, unfortunately, for those entry level folks. It's a hard job.
Yeah, sure.
If I may.
Yeah.
The last numbers I was told a week or two ago is that the state average is 33% turnover rate in jails across, the state of Texas, and we're sitting at a 25% turnover rate. What we're asking for consideration from the court is we're trying to increase productivity in, in operations at the jail on a lot of different fronts, whether it's, changing policies to better training up front, to raise that bar. One of the things that we're asking for with the pay scale is it was our understanding that a year ago, the court recognized that we want to at least bridge the gap between lagging and get to a midpoint. And so if we're not able to achieve a midpoint, which is not lost on us, what the court has to balance on many different fronts, but we want to make sure that we appropriately inform the court. The jail operation is not something that we are not having to maintain daily. You've got great people out there, but it needs support from us to be able to inject into it. And if midpoint is not something that, we're able to accomplish, can we at least have a system that, like last year was proposed, where it's just a roadmap, where the employees can know what next year brings and then what next year brings. And one of our, on the surface, issues with what was proposed from HR versus what we're asking for consideration on is if you just turn down 50% or the comp ratio to whatever is palatable to the court, then that's consistent amongst that step plan and those structures for the employees from one year to the next versus a hybrid plan where we've got to go in and say, hey, every year it can change based upon the interpretation of the needs of the organization. And so that would be my, largest ask is just, can we get a system that we all understand and then plug in the number? Obviously, midpoint would be ideal for us, but the structure and the way it's applied is equally important.
With that being said, and being very well said, do I feel you guys deserve it? Heck, yeah. I mean, I really do. Do I think we need to be more competitive? We darn sure do. But can we stuff it all in this Christmas stocking, or do we need to? So what I'm getting at is, and I think we've talked about this before, when I was at Waco, we got a 15% pay raise one year, but it was scheduled over 3 years, which kept us above market, or not, it kept us competitive with market. And maybe that's something we have to look at, is if we can't squeeze it in, then what can we do? And Anna, that would be incumbent upon you to kind of walk us through that to where they do know, exactly as the chief is saying, they know what they're gonna get next year and the next year, instead of guessing or maybe saying something or misconstruing something, and then there was an expectation that was never met.
As long as it's footnoted, that there are things that can change, and just like one court can't commit another, next year's court.
Well, and I'm sure the city had the same issue. They
Yeah,
can't,
I agree.
but in good faith,
Yeah.
they said for the next 3 years, there's gonna be a 5% pay raise each year to get back to where we needed to be.
And just to comment, that kind of roadmap of pay is built into the existing step plan. There's an average about a 3% step up built into the plan as is. And so the employees know that there is a minimum increase if they have not reached the maximum of their steps within their individual ranks. So there is somewhat of a roadmap already in existence with the adoption and investment in the step plan as it exists.
And then the question is, do we need to beef that up? Because that's, and it's so hard. We're forecasting, right? Everybody's forecasting here,
And Commissioner, in the opening of it all, my comment is, if it's not 50, is it 0.4, is it 0.5, is it 0.3? Like, we understand, and we tell every one of our employees, because we're y'all have an extremely hard job with all the folks that come in here and do what we're doing right now. Even if you're not committing yourselves to next year, just the idea. The problem was when we all sat around and had meetings with HR and we heard the things that were said in court, the words that were said were, we want to apply or try to be with the market, competitive with the market. And that meant something to us, and it meant something to our employees because they watched it and they all understood it, and we could explain that to them. And we always tell them, but the court isn't going to sign it for next year, right? But to go from the 4.65, which I don't like because it puts some people over, some people under. I like direct position, so that's just a very trite mechanical difference between how I would do it and how HR would do it. But to do the 4.65 for these folks and 1 point, it defeats the entire purpose of the system. Just defining a methodology, even if the court just came and said the methodology in which we want to do this in the future is going to be X, Y, Z, then I think that would be huge for our employees. It would be huge for me personally because then I can sell something. I can talk to my employees about that instead of every year it can just be YOLO, whatever. When the court said, we want to try to do this every year, we can't guarantee it, but this is what we want to do, we can go and we can relay that message to our employees.
David, and I guess that's where I have a hard time wrapping my head around this part. When I bring in an employee, and I've got the step plan that we adopted last year, or
Yes, sir.
when did we adopt it? And I bring them in, brand new, and I tell them, this is where you're coming in. Next year, you're guaranteed this 3% increase. If nothing else happens, the year after that, you're guaranteed this 3% increase. The next year, you're guaranteed this 3% increase. Why aren't you telling them something that they know, that you know? That plan has been adopted, and it's guaranteed, built in. So what are you telling them? I have no idea what you're going to make next year when it's guaranteed you're going to make at least 3%.
So.
I'm not talking about anywhere, anybody else, cops or anything. I'm talking about your employees, your people that you're hiring. You're telling them, next year, you're going to make this much. The next year, you'll make this much. If nothing changes, next year, this much. Where's the difficulty in explaining that to your employees that you're bringing in?
And that sheet that you're talking about while you're getting that pulled up, that is exactly what it would be if you didn't take in the market average.
We're not talking, I'm not talking, Cody, about market average now or anything. I'm talking about just plain and simple. If nothing else happens, you're guaranteed that you're going to move. And that's basically a whole lot better than we're guaranteed anybody else in the county.
Well, my comment would be, do you want, so is the contention that the plan doesn't ever change or get updated?
Well, no, not until somebody comes in, another consultant that we pay a fortune to update the plan. I thought that's what these steps were built in to take care of.
So that, and Commissioner,
And that's probably where there's not a disagreement, but a misunderstanding or a disconnect between us on what those people were telling us and what everyone else is telling us. My understanding was, and I've already told this to Cody, and I told it to you. So I'm not throwing anything surprise on you. I thought this step plan was built in, it was gonna last us for a while. I didn't realize that we spent a fortune for something that didn't last 1 year.
It required maintenance.
Yeah.
And the maintenance was,
I thought the maintenance was built into the plan, Cody, truthfully.
okay.
And Chief Deputy Kilcrease is the one that came in and made the pitch and said, you know, we're gonna be, you take all the calculation out, this is what we do, it ensures, that there's a career path and all, and I understand that. And it wasn't you that was committing it, but that was an understanding of commitment. And I know things have changed, but still, that was at the time, that was the understanding.
And I guess that's what upsets me, not you guys, not what y'all are doing, because I want you to advocate for your department. I want you to ask for your office what they need. I understand that, I do. I guess it just bothers me, the disconnect between what I personally understood. I can't speak for anybody else on the court, because I thought that 3%, or ever what it was in between all those steps, was going to last us for at least 8 months. That's just us talking, guys. I'm
Judge, I'm sorry, if I could, it may be beneficial. I've shared, can y'all see the screen with the pink highlighting?
Yes.
Just want to go over what was approved in court. This was approved October 15th, 2024. It was just as recommended by both third-party compensation consultants. COLA will not automatically apply to the step pay tables as has been practiced, but rather the step pay tables will be reviewed against public safety market pay for possible adjustment recommendations to Commissioners Court for future fiscal years.
Okay.
Well, I think that, I mean, I was wondering when that document was, that wasn't during the regular budget session. There was this whole gap between budget sessions and then that document being, so there's some sort of disconnect. I'm pretty sure I wrote in my notes that COLA would apply.
Yeah,
So I'm not-
I thought COLA would, but I guess.
There was that gap, you're correct, there's kind of, during budget sessions, both compensation consultants' recommendations and applications were brought before the court. But what first needed to be done was just a general consensus and approval of a budget. And then following that, the auditor's office, the sheriff's office, and my office worked together to actually create the policy and administration of the step pay plan based on the consultant's guidance provided during budget session. So that's kind of the process that took place.
The previous step plan did have COLA apply.
Yes, that was automatic. That's why that word is in there. It was kind of just automatically applied to the base and steps of the previous plan. And that's why that term was continued to be used. It's not now automatic, but now, for the court to consider against market.
And I'm not sitting here saying this court's not going to consider what's been asked, okay? I'm certainly not. I guess the exception I made to it, David, was the fact that you can't sit down with a new hire and say, you're guaranteed at least this much next year. Could be more, but you're guaranteed at least this much next year, and you're guaranteed the year after that. And you've got something you can look at that guarantees, because we're committed to that step plan. Maybe more, maybe not, who knows? But in talking to them and saying you can't tell them past first year, that's not necessarily in my mind.
I don't mean within the step plan, Commissioner. I mean the adjustments to the step plan. We, of course, can give them a roadmap. That was the whole point of the step plan, even the original one in the first place. But when we have employees, because when I do the section of new employee orientation, I go over the step plan, what it is, and the employees all inevitably ask, what are the raises like when adjustments? Do y'all do COLA? Do y'all do what? And the answer right now is, we just don't know. And really, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and I don't know how you would know past, because even these people that.
Well, the answer would be you're guaranteed 3%.
You're guaranteed, yeah, that's the answer. You're guaranteed 3%.
Could be more, but it'll never be less because there's a floor built.
Yeah, there's a floor to it, there's a minimum. Say, we need to recess, and so want y'all all to come back in 1:30, and we will resume the conversation in this regard. All right, we recess to 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Back in session, so where did we leave off?
I don't remember who was talking. I think, Anna, was it you or David that was?
So we're almost done, but.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Aside from it, if Haley, you could put slide 21 up.
Give me a second.
Sure.
Go off. Said slide 21.
Oh,
So aside from any emotional argument that could have been made, what we have not understood is the court accepted the policy that said that it was going to be a market-based analysis. In the budget book, our auditor, via the instructions of the court, wrote that the new compensation framework focuses on updating practices to market-based methods. So what we don't understand is when there's an option that is not a market-based method, what is going to be the methodology going forward? And we don't see where that comes from. It fits into nothing that we talked about, nothing that the court discussed, nothing.
I think they'll answer that.
So, based on the consultant's guidance, they said to take a few factors into consideration. I need a scooch, sorry.
you may need your mic closer to you instead of behind the, I don't know if that's possible.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So the consultant provided guidance on what factors to consider when assessing whether or not an adjustment is needed to the step pay plan that they recommended to us. And so, let me pull that up. It's in their overall court-approved, accepted maintenance program. And they said that we should be considering local economic and competitive factors such as trends with the consumer price index and inflation rates, i.e. COLA, salary budget planning reports from reputable sources, those are salary surveys, et cetera, is how they wrote, that's just how they wrote it, et cetera. And so based on their guidance, then HR is taking those external factors and synthesizing them into what David has on the screen here, which are a few options for the court to consider. And so we have 4 options that we've calculated just to give, again, the court that flexibility to view all of the factors and fit that into what the court deems necessary and possible with their current budget constraints that they're facing.
So I think the hard pill to swallow right now for the court's 1.7 million, when we already know we've got problems. We got a $20 million budget shortfall. I'm more inclined to increase the floor on the plan for a period of time than I am to try and come up with 1.7 million this year. Do we go from 3% to 5%? But where do we increase the floor without having a major gutting of the system this year or next year or the next? But I'm just concerned that, we got some work cut out for us. And, I think the money needs to be budgeted, but I would prefer to see it over a period of 3 years by increasing the floor and seeing where that gets us. We need to be competitive locally, no doubt about it. We do. And we gotta get there. I just don't know if we can do it in 1 year.
What do you mean by the floor? Are you just talking about jail?
Well, it's guaranteed 3%, sure.
Right.
Do we go from 3% to 5%? But where do we increase the floor? Thank you. Without having
Amazing.
I'd already forgotten what you said. I'm glad you repeated that.
So have I. But what we were saying, as Commissioner Smith was getting to, is when you bring these employees in 3 years by increasing the floor and seeing where that gets us. We need to be competitive locally, no doubt about it. We do. And we gotta get there. I just don't know if we can do it in 1 year. I hate hearing my voice anyway.
Like, what do you mean by the floor? Are you just talking about jail?
Well, it's guaranteed 3%, sure.
It's like, hey, that's like Jesus Christ talking to me. I was like,
Well, my wife doesn't think that. But anyway, Commissioner, you were saying that when you bring them in and interview them, they know every year there's a 3% increase. Why don't we look at bumping that up? And it's done over a period of time instead of in a budget, in a tight budget. It would give them something to know, okay, 3%, maybe that's not gonna get it done. What's it gonna take to get us closer to the figure that they're talking about, but over a 3-year time span?
You know, I'm not opposed to anything that's been presented thus far, with the caveat that we don't know what kind of money is going to be available to fund anything. So, you know, I think we have to keep an open mind with what has been said. But I think we've got, on my mind, and I've already talked to auditor's office about it, we've got to back into it somehow. We've got to know, and Judge, I'm not a proponent of this, I'm just saying as a starting point, take this year's current budget expenditures and start with that amount, knowing what our revenue may be, and find out what type of tax rate it's going to take to maintain that revenue with a 33% increase, or what I'm trying to say, carryover, and then start plugging these items in one at a time and see what that does to our tax rate when you add this amount and then this amount and this amount. That's just a thought. To me, I can't commit to anything till I know more on that revenue end of it and where we are.
What I'm getting at is we need to have more than just one idea and one thought. We have to be flexible.
Yeah.
And that's what
So with this hybrid adjustment option, is that something that is this what you're talking about, where you, it's not the,
Option 1, 2, 3, is that what you're talking about?
oh, the highlight.
Okay.
I can review
hybrid?
I can review all the options.
I see, yeah.
In
Okay, I see.
detail. I just wanted to be sure that
I
the
wanna-
sheriff's office didn't have any other.
one last thing, we've got to be more competitive locally. I really, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I really don't care what all the mid-max and all that means. What are we doing to keep our officers here from being taken by other agencies? That should be the problem. That should be what we're trying to solve.
They're getting stolen. You know, I would, when I was a Hobtro, I would handpick people from the sheriff's department that I wanted to go be Hobtro. Hobtro starts out at $90,000 a year. And now we're getting them back home where they want to be. You don't have to go off to Eagle Pass to become a Hobtroman anymore. Just like now, Waco PD's up to the top man. You got 40% of our employees come from McLennan County Sheriff's Department. And we're kind of one-sided a little bit. It's what I see, you know, is they are a big part of our 1,100 employees. And I'm not saying anything else is not important, because my road and bridge guys are, just like yours, and IT and everybody else, but,
Well, we
What's
just gotta be
gonna
careful from a revenue perspective.
I understand that, and I'm learning that, you're right. But what's gonna happen if we don't keep up with this? And I'm intrigued about that pink highlighted that Dustin had up there a while ago. I don't know where that came from. Is that something that y'all wrote, or that it has to be looked at every year?
Consultants, wasn't it?
Consultant guidance that we incorporated in a court memo for court approval of the policy administering the plan.
Right. And that says we have to, well, I was only up there for a short time, but it did say we need to look at it every year.
Justin, would you mind putting that back up?
That's what it says? We need to look at it every year?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
whether we do it or not, we still have to look at it.
But my only point is, do we wanna look at, so it's 1.7 this year. It could be 1.7 again next year. What I'm saying is, I think we need a plan that's thoughtful, that moves that direction, but gives us a period of time, a 3-year period, a commitment to get to, and really at the end of the day, again, like I say, mid and max, we need to be paying more than the majority of the agencies in this county. We do.
Yeah.
And so, to me, it is, how do we get there and how do we figure it out without breaking the bank? But also without going a period of time and run the risk of losing a lot of employees.
A lot of good employees. I mean, I feel like probably this department might be the only one in the whole county that gives us money back into our coffers, right? From the federal employees, not saying taxes, but as far as making money for the county.
Well, now
From-
there's numerous ways that money comes back in,
Mm-hmm.
fees and other things as well, sales tax
Sure.
and all that.
Yeah, I got that, but I mean, they do put a little bit, a pretty good bit for the prisoners they keep, but I commend them on always passing the jail standards. That's amazing. You've commended them on that, right? So.
They do a great job.
Justin, would you read that, please?
Yes, sir. So as recommended by both third-party compensation consultants, COLA will not automatically apply to the step pay tables as had been practiced, but rather the step pay tables will be reviewed against public safety market pay for possible adjustment recommendations to Commissioners Court for future fiscal years.
Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Understand it totally.
That was not what was presented in budget meetings last year.
If it was presented, it wasn't emphasized.
Nope. But the court approved that.
It certainly did, and I'll stand.
But
I'll
again, the
stand
word
behind that
possibly is there.
decision, that's
The
fine.
word possibly is there.
So,
Doesn't mean.
Yeah, sure.
Guaranteed or mandated, but possibly, and I understand where we need
It's
to
still
be.
the decision of the Commissioners Court.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, I do, but, and I've said this before we left, I'll say it again, I don't disagree with what's here at all. I just can't commit until we see some bottom lines on revenue and cost.
Well, I don't think we're committing right
And
now.
I'm with you on that. All I'm
Or
asking
even
is that we're
consensus.
flexible, the court's flexible, and how can we achieve this?
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
getting.
I don't have a problem with any of that, absolutely. But I've just gotta have some numbers.
You're talking about, in other words, we've got the preliminary numbers, you're talking about the final numbers?
What I asked them basically, and like I said, Judge, I'm not a proponent of this, I'm just saying as a starting point, take the current budget for every department, every office, leave it the same, match it against revenue side, see how that looks with our tax rate and getting our carryover back to 33 or at 33%, see where we are, see what that does to that number, and then go back and look at these different requests and say, all right, if we add this, how does that affect our tax rate? What will we have to do penny-wise to fund that?
And that's kind of that summary sheet, just in an opposite order, I guess, is what you're
Opposite
getting
order.
at. But we can pull what
Yeah,
you're
we
you're
start
asking.
with the total request, and just to show.
That's where we are right now.
Yeah, the gap.
Right. But let's do it the other way with no request.
So generally we do, by department, she goes back and takes, where we were, and then compare it to the request, and how it drives the tax rate, based on the tax basis, taxable, properties. And then we start finding a place that we fit in. In other words, anything to discuss or negotiate or whatever in an amount that's coming. And then, but you have multiple entity or multiple departments that you gotta do all this. So
The sheet with the green and white right here pretty much gives you that information.
We haven't talked about that quite yet, but we went ahead and passed that out, but yes, we'll.
Yeah, those are the requests. And that's plugged into this right here, isn't it?
Everything is plugged into that
Right here,
sheet,
yeah.
yes.
So
That's
that-
just the most efficient way to try to work through the request, just
Yeah.
put it in and then work through it, so.
I mean, there's a lot of people haven't come before us yet to make requests.
Right.
And so I think we've got to look at the big picture.
Yeah, we're not gonna make a decision today, but it's getting you the information, that, there'll be a point where we'll ask for, what's the consensus? But it's not today.
And I guess, and I think Ben may have alluded to this earlier, not one thing have we heard previously nor today has squeezed that $20 million gap any.
Well, you haven't approved.
No, we haven't approved it.
So.
It's not going to.
Yeah.
No, but I haven't heard too many suggestions on how to cut it, how to cut
I
the,
think that's where just working through, we'll walk you through every adjustment that's been made since last year, walking last year forward to this year. And so that's where we'll start that today and then work through this week and then it'll, I think, then start to become clear, where those adjustments are comparing last year to this year.
just going to all fall in place, right?
Yes.
Okay, I love that answer.
But it's just systematically working through, it's hard, it's a lot of information to throw at you all at once, so.
It is a lot.
What I take from today is you guys presented, and I agree that it's a warranted number. I just don't know how we get there. And that's the reason I'm saying the court might need to be flexible. We might need you guys to be flexible, but we've got to make improvements. We've got to move up.
And Commissioner, we didn't take contention with anything that the court has done. We just didn't understand why all of a sudden it was going to be a market analysis, but then some employees were getting marketed and some were getting COLA, like it wasn't in line with anything that was recorded in court. It was not in line with anything that any of us had had meetings about. It just didn't make sense to us.
But it can't be done without court approval, so I don't know how.
We accept that, and we do.
For better or worse.
Yeah.
No, and our intent is just to communicate that whether midpoint is a goal or even an achievable idea at this point, that if we were to go with the 1.6, 1.7, we would still not even be at true midpoint. We would be at midpoint for this year's numbers, everybody else's numbers this year for next year. And if midpoint is not something that we need to be discussing, we absolutely have some ideas on how we can make whatever the number is work amongst that plan so it stays that plan moving forward. The reason that COLA, not considering COLA was a positive thing for law enforcement is it was following the market in which the market adjustment is usually more than COLA.
And again, I'm just gonna fall back on, I'm not really worried about watching midpoint. What I'm worried about watching is how do we move up to at least the middle of the pack when we're compared to, because we're not gonna lose people to other counties. For most part, we're not. Lives are here, families are here. So we gotta look at locally, how do we move up and compete locally?
In the spirit of what you just said, for us to get to midpoint with that 1.7, we would still be lagging with local competition.
Right. But knowing we're not gonna get there with one swing of the bat. How do we poise ourselves this year to maybe take another shot at it next year to creep up on our competition, basically, instead of just busting out of the gate? And does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, there are funding options that are available to the court. Grant opportunities that I'll raise my eyebrows to. There are, we're currently going through the JUEI. So that rate goes up, you get more money for nothing. Basically, you're housing an amount of inmates, the rate goes up, you just get additional money, and that rate needs to go up. So
There's a bigger picture here than what we're.
there always is.
Yeah.
And we're certainly not coming in and saying it needs to be midpoint. But that's what we understood from everything we were told in the meetings with HR, with the court, and the documents that were produced was like, hey, market analysis, market analysis, market analysis. And then we see 465, and then some are 161, and then all the parities messed up with it, and we don't understand it. It's not really following the market anymore. It's just this thing we've created, so it doesn't make sense to us. And what was presented to the court as far as trying to maintain market parity. Because we don't even want, to be honest with you, Commissioner, a flat percentage applied to it. We want the percentages applied to the individual slots as they are in disparity with the market and not more. So if jail corporal is down on the top end by only 2%, but on the bottom 14, we don't want to give 4.6 across the board. We want to make that even across the board as to where the market said it should be. So.
And that will take a while because the jail has always been on the back burner when it came to salaries and pay increases.
It is on the top of my radar, Cody's radar, and the sheriff's radar, because that jail, like y'all said, for taking our employees or stealing our employees, as one of the commissioners said, they're stealing the best of our employees. And we can only promise so many cheeseburgers, dollars tomorrow for a cheeseburger today with these employees, as far as promotional opportunities or whatever it may be, to use an anecdote. That only goes so far. As long as we can remain competitive in the local market, you know, whether y'all want to use it or not, if you can remain competitive, we can make those employees, those good quality employees, and say, hey, if you stick with us, we're going to have some opportunities for you, stick with us. But if we tell them that and the opportunities we have for them are the bottom of the barrel opportunities, then there's really no reason for the quality employee to stay.
And you guys do know that's subject to the budget every year.
Absolutely,
100%
absolutely,
subject to
Commissioner.
the budget.
Yep.
Well, and as the jail is a priority for us, we also recognize the priority that the court took for the jail last year as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
One little question. I know when HR discussed this hybrid adjustment option for us, you know, we lose jailers and we use jailer corporals. Why do we lose jailer corporals for?
Because they're promoting.
Okay.
That's our promotional pool.
Right.
Like the majority, we have some corporals that quit, but the majority of our patrolmen, the majority of our sergeants, the majority of our investigators are coming directly from the jailer and jail corporal pool.
Okay.
90% of all promotions, if not more. So we don't lose a high quantity of jail corporals to the wild. Now, we may lose them in recruitment to other agencies. They certainly want our top-performing entry-level managers to be their next level of municipal patrolmen. And if they get to them before we do, and they have a more competitive salary, which the majority of them do, then that's a hard argument
And they're
for us to
probably
make.
even paying them to go to MCC.
Oh, yeah, they're paying for them to go to the academy. They offer substantial soft pay packages. They offer signing bonuses. They have all these incentives that the county, that we don't offer, but we have some other opportunities with those employees to try and keep them onboarded. But eventually the carrot's too close.
It's my understanding that the 24% turnover rate at the jail is below state average, is that correct? Okay. That's what I thought. And has been pretty steady at 24% for the last.
And that's those numbers.
5 years, and maybe even longer than that.
And Commissioner, we didn't.
And then also law enforcement turnover also too. I mean, that seems relatively low compared. How does that compare state, local? on the law enforcement side.
Anna, do you know the answer to that?
I don't know specific to how it compares to law enforcement, but I know for an employer in general of that size, turnover below 10% is fantastic.
And then, how many positions are open right now at the jail?
22,
22?
22 base jailer positions.
And what about in law enforcement?
Any positions that we have open in law enforcement are just waiting until the jail can catch up to let someone go.
To promote into law
Correct.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
Y'all don't hire from outside?
we do, but only whenever we have to. And so we can fill our law enforcement positions, but anytime there's a.
Jail is always the pipeline to the old
Yes, sir.
ways.
And now we will, and we have opened up from the outside, but that is whenever we just do not have the jail staff to fill positions, or we don't have an academy that's releasing in time. And so, but
Well, then I think then that that culture, that policy lends itself to turnover, because if you're promoting from within, does that, if somebody goes up from, if somebody goes up from, let's say, you make it to lieutenant or corporal in the jail, then you go to deputy sheriff, correct? Is that how it works?
investigator, or sure. Yes, sir.
Okay. How is that calculated in the turnover?
About how many transitions?
Like, is it, if you transition from jail to sheriff's department, how does it?
Does that count as a
Turnover
turnover?
only,
Yeah, it counts
no.
as turnover.
Turnover.
Does it count as turnover?
These turnover figures are only individuals who leave the agency altogether.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
But,
Answer my question.
but it's a normal process in any business that you're training people coming in and they migrate, if they.
Well, it's actually, I would say, a more important element to these
Well, I
guys,
think-
because you have to get us, first off, you can't just go to the police academy and go, hey, I'm here and I want to go. You have to have a sponsor. And so that's part of what would make you think, I really don't, maybe I don't want to be a jailer, but this is my best chance to get on the street. And so I think there's
Right.
value in exactly how you guys are doing it.
But if, you could set, and that 33% is a statewide, but turnover rate from a small little county that pays 21,000 a year to be a state jailer, a county jailer, I can see turnover rates being a whole lot higher because they don't pay them nothing. They can't even feed their families. And I know that, and I'm not gonna name counties, but I know that for sure, especially our surrounding counties. And would I want, we're obviously not gonna hire a Waco Police Department from Waco with our salaries. And so what their options are? They're gonna get a deputy from another small county that's probably not trained right, not trained properly, and coming in here, oh my God, I'm gonna make this, but I was only making this 2 counties over, that I was never trained, I wasn't trained properly. So who would wanna hire those folks? Not me. So
Well, that's why I'm saying this program is
I think
set up for.
Yeah.
for our
And so
benefit.
the analysis of it, and if you run the numbers, then you really ought to be.
Add in the move ups.
You ought to be focusing on these lower jailer salaries.
From sergeant down, where there's.
Or, yeah, because, if that's your pipeline,
Mm-hmm.
that's who you're trying to attract, that's where you're trying to attract, then yeah,
But you're
I'm all for moving those.
You're locked up for 12 hours every day too. It's a tough job.
Yeah, it
Very
is.
tough job.
And to your
Nasty business.
To your point, Commissioner Jones, the current pay scale that was adopted last year, it rewarded someone for coming in to law enforcement, working at the jail, and then you get to a point at about the 4 to 6 year mark where you've got to make a decision. Do you want your career path to trend towards law enforcement, or do you want your career path to stay in corrections? And we need to, and we decided that you need to reward those that choose the career path to stay in corrections, because it is a very important job. And so at some point, you lose money if you leave the jail and go to the enforcement side, to help people make the decision based upon where they want to work, not where the most money is. And last year, in the money that was allotted for pay increase to get to midpoint, 88% of that money went to the base jailer, the base deputy, or the first line supervisor. And so that is a priority for David and I moving forward, is to make sure that we're taking care of everyone doing the work.
If I'm not mistaken, the year before that, we did a 10%. Actually, we did a 10% in mid-budget to the jailers.
The jailers, yeah, we did, and, yep.
Yeah, so we agree that needs to be attacked.
That was at 23, right?
Yes, sir.
It's only our intent just to communicate with the court on what we see the needs of the operation to be. So, thank you.
One comment, and it relates more to the competitiveness between us and other, and I say this understanding that there's things that need to happen here, okay? But in my prior life, I spent 34 years in a school district that the state considered to be property poor. And I knew we were never going to compete against districts that were wealthier than us. And every year, I saw teachers, coaches, administrators leave to go to some area districts that had far more money than we did, because they offered them what they wanted. There's a point where you can't continue to do that. What did we do? We went out and hired new teachers, new coaches, and new administrators. Just bottom line.
Yeah, you become the
There's
training.
something, you can't, yeah, and train them. You can't keep up with, it's called keeping up with the Joneses, you know.
But
We're just middle of the pack right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, that's a good point. I don't think, I think the normal taxpayer out there say, you don't need to be at the bottom, you don't need to be at the top. You know, be competitive, but that doesn't mean you have to be at the top either. And the one time that there was an aberration there was in 22 and 23, and we made an adjustment to fix that by that 10%.
The only regret I have in going through that is we never earmarked where that put us competitively locally. We never looked at that.
Is that right? Is that a true statement, or?
We were being reactive at the time.
We likely had a comp ratio at that time that let us know where we landed, but we're referencing local agencies. So the comp ratio would not have measured where we landed compared to local agencies. It would have been against peer counties.
Your counties.
Right. But
Now we have the added entity of the city of Waco. So rather than add a bunch of small agencies, we added one, the highest paying agency, to average out with the peer counties.
But I think what our guys are saying is we need to be more on par with the departments that are ahead of us, which there are several. And I think that's where we're getting lost in all this. I appreciate all this, but what is it gonna take to get us to move up into the 50th percentile? Because where are we at right now, Major?
If you roll out her plan, it depends from person to person, but you'd be looking like jail corporal. Even though that's one of the positions she's gonna give the most adjustment to, that jail corporal position is gonna be 10% down in FY '26 when y'all pull the trigger on that, on the low end.
But again, that's a more global look.
Yeah.
I'm still worried about, we're not gonna lose people to Smith County.
So I agree with you.
I'm still concerned, where do we match up locally with the other agencies who are
It's
taking?
hard with the jail because we don't have any other jails in the county.
The answer is
Take that into consideration.
Yeah.
5th out of 6 is the answer. And if you adopt the plan that has been presented by HR, it will be 6th out of 6.
It'll be what?
It will be 6th out
bottom.
of 6th. in FY '26.
In those counties that you had on your slide, right?
You can put,
I mean, not the
bring up
county.
Haley, slide 25, could you? And that'll just show you.
I wasn't here last year when y'all gave the
Small
big money,
chart.
but it seems like you can sure get back in that position real quick again, you know, if something. I know, I'm learning this.
Well, but that's
step by
why
step.
we gotta look at not just this year, we gotta look at.
Yeah,
And see,
exactly.
I just don't know that this is apples to apples here, honestly, to me. I mean, because you've got to go through, are you going to jump from a jailer corporal to the city of Waco?
Some go directly from jailer to the city of Waco. They don't even get to jailer corporate. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Those people listed right up there on that slide, sure.
Sorry.
Those are the names that have left you for the,
Gomez, Griffin, Poston, Morano,
Those are
Dickerson,
just a few
Squires.
names of individuals that come off the top of my mind.
Just to clarify some of those exits, some of them I think are from 2022. For this fiscal year so far, there have been 6 exits by base deputies. 2 of them were for better job opportunities. So 2 so far, past halfway of our current fiscal year.
in our community, or did they leave off far away? Do you know?
One of them, I think we do have agency information, but we'd have to get that pulled up. But the rest, we have a total of 6 that have left. 2 are retirement. One is an employee passing, and one was a termination for misconduct. And then 2 were better career path. 1 did identify another agency. We just don't know the name of the agency.
Just one out of how many?
2, 1 is better path. They didn't identify law enforcement.
Okay.
The other did identify law enforcement, another agency. I just don't know the name. So 2 so far, base deputies.
Out of how many on several?
6.
6, thank you.
But that's 6 in not even a year? So,
So those
Sorry?
names come from a phone call made yesterday to the jail captain on how many people are you losing to other agencies?
Yes. And it's memorable people that we can remember, because people that are on that list are people that meant something. I mean, everybody means something, but those were people who were going to be something for our department that we lost.
But the difference is exit interview data versus calling a supervisor, who have you lost and to who? And we didn't include the smaller agencies, just wanted to stick with the top 6.
Bruceville, Eddy, Lacey, Lakeview, there's tons of people that we've lost to those agencies as well.
Judge, I'm gonna throw this out. Commissioner Smith made a comment a minute ago, and I thought we were kinda getting there. Great conversation, but we need to know what kind of money we're gonna have before we,
Yeah,
Yeah, I've got to know that.
we've gotta figure that piece out first. And then we gotta figure out how much are we willing to spend to try and fix an issue that we have.
And obviously, we have, not just with SO, but we have issues we heard this morning from JP courts. And so we'll take all of that into consideration and see.
Well, I think we're following the normal process, that we listen to the story and, you know, anything that we want to counter and ask questions. And then we take it right there, we take a snapshot of where we are, and then we go on down the road, but we're gonna come back and figure, and we'll know more about where we are after we look at the other departments and get certified numbers. I don't know if they're gonna, that's July
25th.
25th,
The
so we
deadline.
know that, so unless there's something else that y'all want to state before.
No, sir.
Anna, did you have anything else to say?
If the court wanted me to review kind of the options that we formulated, and then some history of kind of step plan implementation versus where we're going now.
Yeah, thank you. I do agree you ought to go ahead and do that.
Okay.
That way we can round out the conversation.
Working on this. We can figure something out.
We're here to work with the court, and we just need an understanding. I mean, apparently, we're not the only ones that are confused to some degree. There's some confusion. So we just want some understanding.
So up here, just to provide some context on factors that HR took into consideration when formulating possible adjustments for the step pay plan. So here we have guidance from NFP, who were the consultants we ultimately took the recommendation from. There were 2 consultants that the court had the opportunity to hear from, and they each had their own structure recommendation, and the court took NFP's recommendation. And so they provided program maintenance guidance. For brevity, in court approval, I kind of synthesized just short to the point, this is how it'll be moving forward. This entire packet here was court approved when adopting NFP's model for step pay. And so their focus is taking into consideration any impact to the ability to attract and retain talent. So that means HR is going to look at how many employment applications are we receiving for positions and what turnover looks like. And so that's why in our options packet, you see that I included those turnover numbers there. And so we've seen healthy numbers on applications. It can always be better. And so we've worked with David on kind of brainstorming how to best do that. They're using an external agency for that, and then HR has been working using Google ads, Spotify ads, and assisting the sheriff's office with Facebook ads to try to maintain that applicant pool healthy. And so in addition to that were the factors I had already mentioned, which are also mentioned here, which is consumer price index, inflation rates, and salary planning reports, which are surveys. You can see here at the bottom, what NFP is recommending is that up here they say, yes, look at that as needed when you're reviewing budget, but that we should be reviewing these compensation programs in more detailed review, no less than every 3 to 5 years. And I think that's the primary difference with what HR has compiled for recommendation and what the Sheriff's Office has compiled for recommendation. The type of match to market and adjustment to the structure that they are pitching would be that 3 to 5 year overhaul that NFP is identifying here. That's what they did for us last year. They looked at the benchmarking conducted by public sector, that other consultant, and then based on their compensation methods, compiled a structure for us with very defined bandwidth, pay band ranges. And so I'll pivot to my next item. So here, we have the structure that they implement, or that they recommended to us that was ultimately implemented. So this structure, they completely based on the benchmarking data from these survey organizations here that both consultants reviewed and recommended. So we have our peer counties in addition to the city of Waco. So no local agencies were taken, other than the city of Waco, were taken into consideration for the benchmarking. And if that was something court wanted us to do moving forward, we could. We just need that direction from the court. But also, HR would advise the court that we have other elected offices who also use their own preferred peer entities for comparison. And so this compilation of organizations, these consultants thought it was a good snapshot in comparison for the county as a whole. So when we start altering this list, we just would advise the court, or we may have offices come forward and say, hey, I want my own peer counties reviewed as well. Okay, so this is where the market information is coming from. And these bands here, these pay bands here, were set up. So for example, corrections, CO4, these are our jailers. And the table on the bottom is the law enforcement structure. LE4, those would be our base deputies. You could see the way they designed it was to have defined range spread that differs as you go up in rank. And they did that by design. So you see here at the bottom for corrections, it starts at 30%, then 25, and then 20%. Law enforcement, you see that range spread from 35 and it moves up to 20%.
And what's LE4? Is that somebody with 4 years' experience?
No, those are deputies.
What does 4 mean?
That's just the number that they assign to the band.
Okay.
But it is the first law
That's the
enforcement
first in the
band.
step? Okay.
And so they gave us this structure and then advised us, and recommended steps between the minimum and maximum. And David touched on this a little bit in his presentation. And so this is just kind of the beginning and end point of the steps, and then we filled in a quantity of steps between those.
Something that I was sitting here looking at, and we're comparing to these comparison counties. Let's take Galveston County. How many PDs there make more than the SO does? So we may be comparing ourselves to somebody that's already on the lower end of their local competition as well. And so is that really what we want? If it is, I guess we're doing the right thing.
Well, I think,
but I don't think that's what
there
we
was
want.
discussion about what the peer counties would be. And that we, everyone had a chance to weigh in on that. And we selected those. And so to choose to pick or choose outside of that is probably not a good idea, but the court needs to.
Well, but we're not losing people to any of these guys. We're losing people.
No,
to
but
locals.
it does drive the compensation.
I agree. All I'm saying though is these counties may be very low on the totem pole with regards to payment themselves, and we're just trying to keep up with the people that are at the bottom of the totem pole.
Yeah.
So
I
let's
think your
change.
Sorry.
Well, so I guess what I'm trying to say is let's be consistent. And so we're not pulling counties in and out of it to make a case for anybody. That we have to have the same, metric.
I would agree. I would just not want to think, because I haven't looked at it, but we very well could be comparing ourselves to people that are ranked low in their local area as well. And then we got to make a decision. Are we happy with that, or do we want to be competing locally?
Well, is it okay to change it next year?
I wouldn't be changing it.
I wouldn't change it. I just want to know, who are we losing talent to?
Okay.
And then that's what we should focus on, is who we're losing talent to, and not necessarily counties across the state that have a comparable population.
So there are 3 factors that were taken into consideration when selecting these peer counties. So one of them was county population, also workforce size of that county, that peer county government agency, and GDP was also an added factor that was recent. And that was taken into account. I think I've heard that point from other offices as well, that, well, I don't lose employees to, Hayes County or whatever that may be. That is a common comment amongst other offices. But yes, for consistency, we would like to use the same peer group when it's just, if there's a deviation from that, we would just need direction from the court on what that would look like.
And I'm just pointing out, we could be comparing ourselves to people that are way down the list locally as well.
So back to your point, which is a good point, is who is our competition? It's okay to have this.
Right.
But what happens locally is really what matters.
Right, Judge.
So what's affecting us, and do we want to try to build any kind of plan, compensation plan around the competitor, or, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have information that might not be 100% relative, or maybe even 50, but just have it, just to know, just more education. And then, but if you want to focus where we're losing people to, then it's a local piece.
And also just for the court to consider if they want to mull on this, it doesn't necessarily even have to be additional agencies. You could just weigh one of the existing agencies higher than the others amongst your group, like say the local entities. So City of Waco is our local entity. If the court wanted to assign a higher weight to those salaries, the court could. And that would be, we can easily calculate that. And it's also something that can be replicated amongst all salary comparisons across all departments, not just the sheriff's office. So just food for thought.
This is the plan we implemented, though, right here, this step plan. Well,
Yes, sir.
this is ours.
So
When we implemented it, we put in $2.5 million.
yes, and I want to add some context to that figure as well. And so initially during court budget sessions, an original number was approved. It was closer to 1.4 million.
What I remember.
Yes. That later was adjusted. And so while working back and forth with the sheriff's office during implementation, they expressed the desire to want to go back and honor tenure that had not been on the books or recognized in the previous plan or existing plan at the time. And so that we kind of went back, had that applied, and so that was the reason for that increase. And so previous tenure that had not been honored outside of that person's existing rank or experience that they brought in from other agencies had not previously been calculated in that initial estimate. And so that was the reason for the bump, and also the reason for kind of the delay in implementation, because then that involved our 3 offices vetting tenure through TCOL, which isn't a very user-friendly system.
That's where we dedicated some SB 22 to those tenured positions.
I don't remember the application of the Senate bill.
In the current year, the sheriff's office has purchased 4 vehicles that you approved. And then the thought was, they presented some plans, and, one of them was, hey, we can utilize the remaining funds in Senate Bill 22 to cover that increase in the cost of implementing this plan.
That tenure spent.
And so I think it's sitting around $360,000 that was left after those vehicles that we used to cover the cost of implementation.
And there was coordination with the auditor about trying to say, how much money do we need to allocate for equipment versus how much we need to allocate for the plan? And then there's been more discussions after that where it's potentially possible that you could just allocate all of it, right, Francis, to the plan?
Use the whole $500,000 for personnel?
Correct.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and that's not something that we didn't understand or think that could happen because of.
What happens to that money that's earmarked for tenure then?
So when we adopted the budget, this plan was not in place yet. And y'all speak over me if I'm speaking incorrectly on this. And so the estimate was in the budget, but there was no plan yet adopted. And so then once the plan was adopted, the estimated cost was higher than we had put in the budget. And so, it seems like, because it did start also a few months into the year, we're going to be okay budget-wise, but, we didn't budget enough. I don't know if
Well, are you saying moving forward, we're going to use SB 22?
So that is up to, that's a discussion that still has to happen. So Senate Bill 22 funds can be used for increases in specific positions.
Right.
And so you can always use, yes, that $500,000 to.
And you can figure how much that is, though. Going forward, next year, that's going to be around the same number?
Now we have a plan in place, so now we know, you can list out all the employees, when their tenure dates are, estimate what level they'll be on the step plan. But last year, without a plan in place, it was just it was difficult.
So that's
Almost
300,
impossible,
you're
I
saying
guess.
360,000 is what that costs?
Is what we will, well, that's what we will cover, that's the amount of personnel we'll cover with Senate Bill 22 and FY 25.
Okay, tenure. Okay. I just, okay.
Yes. So the budget that we started with last year really didn't, it doesn't match up. You wouldn't be able to match it up with the plan that's in place. It was just the estimate at the time, but I think we're going to be okay budget-wise for various factors and utilizing Senate Bill 22 as well.
And so just going back to kind of that implementation, the structure had very defined parameters that the consultants intended, and then also gave guidance on how to maintain it moving forward, which I've already reviewed. And so I can go to my spreadsheet, but I know Commissioner Perry already mentioned not being too interested in the min and max. And so if the court doesn't want to look at that, which I prepared for, because you said that to me before.
I think we need to look at it. I was just getting the point across.
Well, I think you have a very valid point. I would be more interested in knowing what the city of Galveston versus the county of Galveston paid their law enforcement than I would just us versus them.
Correct.
What kind of disparity do they have? So, city of Lubbock versus the county of Lubbock. So that would be an interesting comparison.
So here I have a summary of the step plan adjustment options, and then I can kind of dig in deeper with the spreadsheet. And so we have cost estimates here laid out for all of the options. And so HR is proposing 4 options, or just putting them up for consideration. So option 1 is just a market adjustment. And so it is a flat rate. We average how the variance from market amongst the entire pay structure and applied that average of 4.65 to the entire table. I know it's not the sheriff's office preference to use a flat rate, but using a flat rate is how you're going to maintain the structure as designed by NFP. Using percentages that differ amongst not just each rank, but each minimum and maximum will completely change those range widths that NFP established, and we're looking at instead that 3 to 5 year overhaul is what that would really look like. And so, yes, all of our options are some version of a flat rate being applied to the entire plan. And so we have the cost outline there for each of the plans. I included the sheriff's office option and their estimate. It is their estimate. HR has not had an opportunity to run its own scenario and vet the amount. But I know David's a whiz, so I don't necessarily doubt the number that he's shot out there. And so then we also have the ending market variance for each option. And so on average, this is how far off market the entire structure will be with each of these options. I outline the variances for the agency as a whole. And I also outlined the variance for jailers and jailer corporals. And again, like I've in past years, we harp on those just because of the higher turnover affiliated with the positions. And so you could see it's kind of a balancing act that the court has the opportunity to perform there. Some cost more, but then their impact to variance is higher. And so for instance, we have option 3, which is a average between the cost of living and the market average. It's $872,000. It's less expensive than option 4, but you can see that because it's not targeted at jailers, it doesn't make as big of an impact in the market variance for jailers and jailer corporals, which is where you have your higher turnover. But you could see for agency-wide variance impact, it is more helpful. It brings it down to being 1.3% below market. And whereas option 4 is more expensive, agency-wide variance isn't as impacted. There's more of an impact and decrease to those, positions that we struggle with related to turnover, so jailers and jail corporals. You could see the sheriff's office option there. They would have a 0 market variance, so that means the minimum and maximum are at market. And then at the bottom there, you can see HR's options because we're going with flat rate figures. There's no change or alteration to the pay range widths established by the consultants. And if that was something that the court was interested in doing, HR would advise the court, hey, let's bring that consultant back, or a consultant back if they want to see, both options, the public sector one we got and private sector one we got. We would bring them back and we would want their 2 cents on that. So, any questions on this, or?
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Sure.
When you're applying percentages to the jailer and jail culpers that are different, how is that not messing with the variance percentage?
Repeat that.
Repeat it.
I'm sorry.
Hello? The hybrid targeting jail turnover system applies a different percentage to 2 classes within our employee group than everyone else. How does that not mess with the variance percentages as per NFP?
Do you mean the pay range widths?
Correct.
'Cause
Are
it's
they still within width?
Yes, so it would still be a flat percentage applied to the entire bandwidth. In contrast to your option where you're applying a rate to the minimum and a completely different rate to your maximum. So that's going to change the width of that band. I actually have, let me pause. Let me share that. So I have here up on the screen, let me know if I need to magnify it at all. Okay, great. And so here we have that, just because you identify the hybrid option. I have here the resulting range width percentages. And so this is not changed. This is what, it has maintained the widths established by NFP, because it's a flat rate that's been applied across the entire bandwidth. So then both min and max are moving up together at the same rate. Here is the sheriff's office proposed option. So you could see it completely changes the widths of each pay band, which isn't necessarily incorrect. It's just if we ask the consultants to design this for us, I want to identify to the court that their design only lasted a year, and now we've completely changed the design.
And can I make a comment on that? Sure. Whereas the ending variance is not very important to us as a department, right? And NFP in their own pay structure guide, which she has put up there for you, it's accepted into court, says that the 3 pay structures were created for the client utilizing the 50th percentile data as the anchor point for the benchmark positions. Developing a pay structure that centers around the median or 50th percentile of the data allows McLennan County to align a targeted compensation philosophy to match the external market. By matching the market, this helps to ensure the compensation structures are competitive, therefore improving the ability to attract and retain top talent. I don't care very much about the range. That's such minutia of it. Doesn't matter for us. What matters for us is that intent right there. That is the meat and potatoes of what was pitched to the court, sold to the court, and that's a side project, 3 steps off for us.
So what David is saying is correct. The market information is the anchor point. But the way NFP use that as an anchor point differs between the minimum and the maximum. So I actually pulled up the ending market variance at implementation that NFP designed. And so you can see here they worked around market, but they intentionally had the minimum, the starting points, lower than market, and then gradually move up to have your maximum above market. And so they did everything with rhyme, reason. And so, yes, market was an anchor, but that did not mean they zeroed out every single minimum and maximum to match market exactly. And so, again, I'm not saying that zeroing it out is wrong. It's just, I want to explain the differences and kind of what was implemented and what the sheriff's office plan would change about that design for the court's information. That's all I really have, unless the court has questions or.
We believe that what we're presenting matches the core principle of what the pay structure in the court was originally pitched and originally agreed to. Now, whatever that percentage is, right, it's.
David, I don't really want to go back there again.
No.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, okay? We already know what y'all have presented up here. We know what Anna's presented. We know where we need to get to. We can sit here, and I'm fine if that's what the court wants to do, sit here till 5 o'clock tonight. But it's not going to get solved tonight. We've got to go back and look at some numbers.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yes, sir, any other-
what we thought we were presented and what in our mind we were,
Yeah.
may be two different things, and that's not going to change. That's not going to change no matter how long you repeat it to us, how long you tell us. We know that. So we need to figure something out, and to figure it out, I got to know how much money we got in our back pocket.
So is there any other questions for SO or HR?
Let me just ask one
Yeah,
silly
sure.
question. It's not silly, I guess, but.
No, go ahead.
Okay, this was supposed to be implemented, the pay structure was supposed to be implemented October 24.
No, last year. This new one was adopted last year. For this year's
October
budget.
24.
October 1st.
Of 24.
Yeah, October 1st.
In the discussions, there was always kind of a disclaimer that it was going to take some time to implement a program
But
as large.
was the money put in there October the 1st for one pay to the end of the pay? Okay.
Not enough to account for the changes, but yes.
Where is that money now is what I'm asking. To me, I feel like the sheriff's department and the jailers are owed that 3 months or 4 months until they got paid in February.
So you can't retroactively pay
No, it's against the law.
legally.
But we assigned it October the 1st. I mean, that's on us, that we didn't.
We had an estimate.
Yeah.
And we budgeted that estimate
Mm-hmm.
was my recollection.
An estimate, no plan.
Okay.
It had, if you
Yeah.
just talk to Francis about it, it wasn't like flipping a switch. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of work that had to be done to go online, basically, with it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the whole payroll structure or payroll system had to be reconfigured and set up.
So we
And that's
shut-
what
Nobody
has to be
missed-
done after.
Nobody missed out, though, correct?
Well, they missed out for 3 or 4 months. If it was supposed to be adopted October of 24.
I believe when it was approved, there was a date that was an estimated date for
An
it to start.
estimated date for implementation that we were shooting for that.
And I believe it was
Okay.
January.
There was no.
I think it was January.
Say, I don't know.
It was December originally.
And then we found out about the tenure after that fact, wasn't it, David? And so we had to go to TCO to get verification of service at other agencies.
Gotcha.
Isn't always a fast process either. So,
No, I got you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very fast process for us. So, I mean, I don't know what the holdup is.
well, they've done a better job of streamlining their website now. I know that.
That's quick.
It's a lot nicer now, a lot more friendly.
Any other questions?
I appreciate the time that they put into it, and what they said, from everyone. I really do. I just think at this point, my head's swimming in numbers.
Yeah, yeah. So as former commissioner said one time, we're a deliberative body. And so that's what we're doing, what we're supposed to be doing. So appreciate very much the information y'all have brought, and thank you, Anna, as well. So that's all. You are excused. Thank
Y'all are
you.
welcome. Thank y'all for considering it.
Thank you very much. We
You bet.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, IT's going to come forward, tell us where we can find $4 million.
Okay, we have the sheriff's office here, so they need to talk through operating. That was the
I
plan
thought,
today.
I thought IT was, I thought it said IT at 1:30.
Well,
Oh, it's IT at 2:30. IT at 2:30. That changed?
Yeah.
I cannot predict the times.
Over is what she's saying.
These are estimated
Oh,
times.
we were still on 9 o'clock?
If you want me to start cutting y'all off
What
at
is it,
certain
9
times, I
what?
can do this very easily.
I see what you're saying. We were still on the 9 o'clock subject.
I think so,
Okay.
because Francis had an hour this morning explaining things, so.
But we need to cover, and I don't think it will take
It's-
terribly too long.
it's
It's very
super-
straightforward.
What are we doing now?
So-
Operating guys?
Let
So-
me turn my laptop back on.
So we wanted to get, and just to kind of overview here, so we wanted to, of course, get through a lot of the heavy personnel discussions, give you a glimpse of what that looks like, recap, things like that today. And so now, we'll be moving from now, personnel will be, talked about, of course, on and off. But now we're gonna go into operating requests and increases. And so, oh, yes, thank you. And so we'll start with Sheriff's Office. We thought that made sense
ma'am.
since they're here today, one of our larger departments. So they're gonna go through increases, changes to their budget. And so these are non-personnel line items, as well as capital requests, so equipment, vehicles that exceed $5,000. So we'll cover that, and then depending on how long you want to stay, of course, then go into IT would be our next topic, also operating request, so.
If I can get my laptop to boot, I promise you, gentlemen, it can be done in 15 minutes.
Okay.
And Haley's passed out, of course, this is in your spreadsheet as well, but just to have it in your hands, just copies of each of their departments with the increases highlighted, just in case that's easier to look at.
Haley, can you load slide 2 when you get a chance, please, ma'am? All right. So I'm going to kick it off in a very quick fashion. We'll start off in Department 2200. The requests in this department represent a 3.44% increase in the department overall. There's some details there for the lines going down and going up. You'll see canine supplies or canine supplement is going down, training supplies is being eliminated, furniture and equipment is decreasing overall by 966. The telephone and internet line are going away. That's a DPS line. So the training supply line, we're getting rid of, we don't need it. And the telephone line is something we paid for DPS. Cell phones, I think that was all that came out of there, right, Francis? I think that was everything.
Okay.
We're very close to it. We can, I'm 99% sure, Haley, that that's what that was.
2,200?
Yeah,
Yes, he's on 2200, so
Okay.
in your packet, it starts with maintenance of equipment, so just skip to that second.
Skip that. Yeah,
Yep,
that
sorry.
didn't line up too good.
We asked him for the creation of a new line for professional services. This is for recruitment, and that's a program that we're going to run year-round. We're not going to pump off the brakes. Every time we get into a recruitment phase and then find success and then back off of it, we always lose traction, and then we're always playing catch-up again. We just need to have some type of, whether it's put out for bid with Ken, service that is providing that consistent recruitment service for those entry-level positions. And that's,
And y'all were going to furnish us numbers on how well that's done?
yeah.
And,
no,
and retention of those who came through this service?
Correct.
Which you're satisfied with?
We are retaining around 65 to 70% of those folks, and the satisfaction that we have with them is extremely high.
Okay.
So we're keeping those folks In fact, I'd have to get Katie to look, but it was that we were keeping 80% of the folks that we
Through this
hired
program.
from the recruitment company because they were doing just a really good job of pre-vetting people for us.
Yeah.
That pre-vetting process was a very valuable service that we were receiving. You'll also see there's an increase in the centralized dispatch line that's contractual with the city of Waco, currently under discussions. Increase in software and licensing. So this is where I may need some help from John. Some of this stuff is things that we've already had. That's going to be Cellbrite Gray Key and Power Vetted is already going on. Power Ready is the second year of the FTO program. And that includes the majority of increases are going to be all of the in-car camera and body camera licenses and LPR licenses and the cloud storage, all the things associated with in-car camera and body cameras and the storage of that data. That is the overwhelming majority of that increase.
That's software licensing and support.
Correct, correct. Professional development, $8,407, and a lot of that is due to the county upping the meal reimbursement rate. That comes out of that fund. If you could go 2 slides forward for me, Haley?
Can I stop after you do each? So I know he has his descriptions up there. And so I know in front of you, you have that spreadsheet. So just, I have 4 of those items highlighted. So like he said, professional services, which is the recruiting services, the centralized dispatch, which is a contractual increase, the software he just spoke about, and then professional development increases there. So just to kind of tie the geo lines to the PowerPoint, if that's helpful.
The money that was spent on centralized, excuse me, let me find it, the recruitment service. We had, there was some money put in there this year for that. Well, did that come from y'all?
Always paid for that from forfeiture funds.
That's what I was thinking, okay.
And commissary funds. So this is the first year we're asking the county to do it.
Well, but
to
you told us
put
when it
money.
happened, that was gonna,
Yeah.
the way we're going forward.
We did. We said, hey, if this is successful and we see some success for it, we may ask for county funds. We can't fund it with the discretionary funds for forever. They just don't continuously have money coming into them like that.
Yeah.
So what was the dispatch fee last year? Why is it going up so much? I mean,
It's a 5% escalator built into the contract. And we've been in discussions with Frank Patterson and the county judge trying to get a negotiation on that contract. So the jury's out on where that's going to end up, but I think the county's going to end in a more favorable position.
And we dispatch, I say we, if somebody calls dispatch or it's dispatched to one of the SO cars, is that a special person down there that does only SO? Or
No.
does it roll to all the different dispatchers?
No, it used to be. It is
It
not any
rolls to all
longer.
the different dispatchers?
Yep.
Okay, okay.
That's why if you ever get a call on a tree and you try and call back, good luck figuring out who it was the first
Who it
time
was
they called.
first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly they can plug that in, but, and those cities that dispatch on, through us, are they paying an amount?
No.
They're not paying
They
it?
they may be paying like a radio access fee for the individual
Or
radios.
individual
but for
radio.
the dispatch service themselves, they pay $0.00.
And I just want
It's
to say.
all through the county?
And I'd just like to add one thing.
You bet.
Regardless of the value in the contract, I would like to compliment Susie Murray, who's the
Yes.
supervisor for the Waco PD dispatch that we contract with. She has been nothing but easy to work with and supportive of the sheriff's office on anything we've ever had going.
Good.
So I just want to bring that up.
Yeah.
Do they dispatch now out of their tower or still down here? They don't, the old court, the old, on Fourth Street's gone now with it. It's
No,
all
yes.
out of the tower.
Yes, sir. They put part of the radio project was the microwave run to the Waco PD tower.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Any other questions on 2200?
Thank you.
All right, 2410. I think it's slide 4, Haley. All right, so this department is our Highway 6 jail. The requests represent a 0.86% increase in the department. It is a decrease in the furniture and equipment over last year of $9,220. We're still asking for some money for furniture and equipment to finish out the SCBA project, replace some basket trucks, replace some broken chairs and storage cabinets. It's all just regular business for us, other than the SCBA stuff, which is our last year for doing SCBA replacements will be done after this year in both facilities.
Say it again, last year for what?
SCBA, scuba,
Breathing
air
apparatus.
packs. Yeah, air packs.
Okay.
Yeah, all of ours were no longer in compliance, so we went with a 3-year plan to get those replaced with the court. Increase in other services and charges. This was a historical charge that was brought up by the auditor. The auditor asked us to amend this line as they had seen a historical shortage in this line, so we did that. Decrease in repair and maintenance, that's going down by $40,730. A lot of the, if you see repair and maintenance go down, a lot of times that repair and maintenance is because we're still finding small things that could go into software and licensing and trying to like vet those lines up. Increased in outsourced prisoner transportation, we're just trending up on the outsourced prisoner transportation that we do. That fluctuates from year to year. We have put money in and taken money out of that line every single year. Increase in food services. So part of this is a CPI, and part of this is for staff meals. So I want to be very clear. The CPI is 3.6-ish or so percent. That'll be on the next agenda. I believe that Ken's already got that added, their report on that. But a portion of this is for our staff. We pay about 20 cents more per meal to feed our staff than what we feed our inmates. But we went out to our peer counties and looked at what peer counties paid for the meals for their staff. That comes out to about $3.50 a meal, and we're in the $1.40 range. So we don't want filet mignon. We don't want something of that nature. We're just trying to get up to 2.25, something that is equitable, right? Something that helps the employees. That program of having an area where the employees have a decent, nutritious meal, because they cannot leave, they cannot go to take a lunch break, they're in the middle of nowhere, they got 30 minutes. So having
Can't
a,
either, can
well,
They do,
It has.
yeah, no, I'm sorry, sir?
don't they? I mean, they
Order in.
they have been using Uber Eats and
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Dash.
It's great when you've
Can
got
I-
people that are the lowest paid people in the county who can't afford it, using Uber Eats and Grubhub to Grubhub food out there.
And hopefully this will solve some of those issues.
So we are looking to create a better social environment for those people to actually take a lunch that doesn't look like a prison lunchroom, and to provide them with some nice equitable meals. This is just part of some of the other things we talked about, small things that the county can do and that we can do, policy, and there's a financial tie to this one, that helps those employees feel more
Like the
invested.
little vendor area or the,
Well, the micro market expansion.
Micro market.
And thank you all. That was such a big deal to our Highway 6 employees to get the expansion of the micro markets. Very well received, very well received. So I just wanted to be transparent on that. Part of it is the CPI and part of it is employee staff meals. Increase in software and licensing. All the software and licensing things that are in that line are going to be Tyler, EDOT, Guard1, Quicken, and NeoGov portion. The NeoGov portion is Power Ready. That is the FTO, JTO software. So the auditor has split that licensing, that yearly licensing fee amongst 2200, 2410, and 2411, right, Haley? Okay, so it is split up. You will see it in all three of those departments. Any questions?
So roughly, 148,78,078 up from 1,284,630. That's about a 15% increase. Is that, did I do the math right on that?
Are you talking about on the food line,
Yeah.
Commissioner? Sorry, let me.
what was the question? I'm sorry.
The percent increase on the, and I could do it if y'all aren't
On
interested.
all of it or just software? Which one are you talking about?
The food service.
Oh, food service.
So that one's, yes, about 15.1%.
That's what I got.
About 3.6 of that is the CPI. 3.6. And Ken will have that final report on the next agenda for exactly what that
All right, tell
food away from home
me
is.
what CPI is.
Consumer Price
Consumer
Index?
Price Index.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That contract with the food distribution or
Yeah, that's
Trinity.
how that contract works, is that.
Food away from home.
It charges some more every year based on the CPI.
Okay, gotcha.
Or what the food costs are in
Inmate.
CPI, right? Is it the
It's the CPI, food away from home.
I know, but I
Food
just.
away
didn't
from
know. I
home?
wanted to
Yes,
make sure
yes,
that
that's
abbreviation
the
didn't
values
stand
that
for
they use, yes,
something else. You never know nowadays. I just want to make sure that abbreviation didn't stand for something else, you know.
All right.
Thank you.
Scott and I got in trouble for that
Can you
one
move on to
time.
slide 6, please?
The LPPF.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. All right, our 2411 department is our Jack Harwell Detention Center. The requests in this department represent a 0.26% increase in the department overall. It's a decrease in furniture and equipment of $1,500. We're asking for desk furniture, shelving, and of course SCBA. Last year, SCBA, you'll see it on here. Increase in other services and charges. It's a historical shortage that the auditor brought up to us. They said, hey, we think y'all should do that based on a historical under budgeting. So we've changed it per an amount that made sense to us and made sense to them. Decrease in repair and maintenance of $31,500. Increase in food services for the same exact reasons that exist in the other department, and the percentages will be the same across that. Increase in software and licensing. That's Ryan Tech, eDoc, Zoom, NeoGov. That's the Power Ready portion that's going to go into the 2411 based on the number of employees that are in that department. Any questions?
No.
All right, 2414, jail medical. The requests represent, and you're going to see some, we'll get into it. Requests represent a 2.37% increase in the department. We are asking for some supplemental things in supplies and furniture and equipment, but the furniture and equipment line is going to go down, but the supply line is going to come up. We're asking for some DPP, HIV, and syphilis-controlled testing, and then under furniture and equipment, we're also going to be asking for that DPP microreader. It allows our medical staff to be able to conduct more tests within the facility without having to send people out to third-party providers. It's ultimately going to net the county a cost savings by not having to tie up personnel, security personnel, go to outside visits, deal with indigent health care in the billing, although Heather is wonderful. Increase in medical services. We have a historical shortage in that line. This is our outside medical services. So for instance, if we
This
have.
contract, is this the contracted amount?
No, no, sir. This is.
Outside medical?
Correct. This is going to be like the drug bill, and if we have to send someone out to orthopedics or something that our medical department cannot deal with.
You
in our
can't just
facility.
wrap it and.
Yeah.
Send them down the road.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Send them to their.
That line has been historically underfunded.
Sure.
We are currently in discussions. It changes from year to year, Commissioner. When you have someone that comes in and say the police shoot an individual and then bring him to jail,
Well,
of course, the medical bills are
pay.
astronomical for that one person. We had, if y'all remember, I believe it was last year, we had an individual that had to be care flighted out. That care flight cost was in the $80,000 range for a care flight. So
Yeah, we might want to buy some insurance for that.
I will tell you this, Commissioner, we are working with Indigent
I mean, for like,
Healthcare. Heather, Indigent
like for
Healthcare.
about $1,000, I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but, I mean, they advertise on TV.
What are they going to?
We looked it up for
File a
inmates.
claim
It was
under
cost
indigent?
prohibitive.
Or
is.
Medicaid or?
Yes, it was cost
We're
prohibitive.
working on now billing people that have insurance for their medical care while
Yes.
they're at jail,
That's,
through Heather's office.
yeah, it's called a Novalon. And she has pitched the system. We've had a couple of meetings with Hill County and Ellis County.
Where does she get her money then? If she's going to pay for it, where's her money coming from? You said you said you're working through Heather's office.
With Heather's office.
With Heather's.
Y'all would pay for it, right?
Ultimately, we told Heather, we don't care if your department pays for it, if our department pays for it. She said it benefits some of her stuff on the indigent side. I said, if you split it, we don't care. However we work it out, it doesn't matter.
I guess my point is if we're paying indigent care and then she's turning around and covering yours, the end result's the same for us, isn't it? We're still paying for it or not? Or she got grants or federal funds or state funds that's covering that? I don't see how we're any better off moving it if you had to pay for it.
No. We're talking about paying for the Inovalon program.
Oh.
This is just the software that does the thing that we haven't told you what it does yet.
Okay,
Okay.
I
I'm
thought
sorry,
you
I
meant
got
paying
lost
their
there.
bills for.
No.
Health.
So what indigent
It's just
healthcare?
these jail inmates that have, y'all can put their name and identifying information into a system and it'll tell you if they have insurance or not?
Correct.
That's-
Private
There you go.
insurance.
Okay.
So,
I remember.
okay,
So
I'm sorry, we got,
let's- I mean, whatever it costs, no, I should say that.
no, it's, Commissioner,
That's
it
not
is
right.
very reasonable and it's sub $30,000. I don't want to put myself on the line for something. Heather's kind of dealt more on the like software side of what that cost is, but I believe it's under $30,000. And they had, Hill County used it, and they said since January until now, they've saved 6 figures. They house 150 inmates.
Yeah. I remember
So
them talking
I think
about
there's
that
some
now.
cost savings.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's well worth the effort, yeah.
So if we invest 30 and say if we still just break 100,000, it's
break
still a net, it's still a net positive for us.
Yeah.
We're also taking all of our medical claims. We can run all of our claims currently through Heather's office if they're for that, for hospital claims. We don't run private vendors through her, but we are going to start running all of our private vendor claims through her office, every single one of them. We're just working on some of the fine tweaks for that so we can get those rates at a reasonable rate, but also to where the service providers will still provide service to jail inmates. So,
Yeah.
any questions on that?
You get blisters on the side of our our Bell Jet Ranger. We can haul our own.
Yeah, that's
Inmates to the
that's a
hospital.
thought.
Sure, we get those from the
You can get
military.
different doors.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that now. That would be well worth it.
Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
our fault, but you're going over the 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I-
It's our fault.
I'm fine, Judge. I'm fine. We're here for y'all.
Okay.
We're going to have a decrease in our overall contract personnel, $412,448. That was the BHN contract. That is now going to be migrated to management services and split amongst 2 departments. It is certainly the service that is being provided by Turnkey is absolutely more expensive than the service that was be provided by BHN. So I don't want to make any, pick any bones about that or try to make that something not contentious. There's an increase in the management services line, that's $443,084. That includes 2 things, that is the turnkey CPI and the addition of mental health services. When we go to the next slide, which is slide 10, you will see the rest of that money, because mental health services historically through BHN was housed 100% in 2414. Now it is being split between 2414 and 2415. Can you go one more slide after that, Haley? 2415. The request in this department represented 11.7% increase in the department overall. It's a decrease in furniture and equipment. We're asking for a DPP reader, lumen compound microscope. Medical services, there's no change in the budget in this, but there's just a note in here for y'all that, hey, we're doing the stuff through indigent healthcare and we're gonna try the Inovalon, so there should be a positive effect within the next year that we can report back some data on that to say, this is worth continuing to pay for a service fee, or it's not worth continuing to pay for a service fee.
Yeah.
But no county that we've talked to has had any, they said they make their money up in their first 30 days. So it sounds like a good program. There's an increase in management services that's, once again, is the turnkey CPI and the addition of mental health services. Once again, the increase is much higher in this department technically, because none of the mental health services, the contract personnel from the BHN side, were all housed in the other department previously, and now it's being split up under the management services lines. Any questions?
So there was a over 400,000 decrease in contracted personnel and
It was about a 600,000 increase for the mental health service additions in
So-
this year.
how much, so total, how much more are we paying?
Okay, when you're talking about for the mental health services or for the management services?
All, yeah, right. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so if you subtract out the BHN portion on contracted personnel in
Judge, I need to step away for a second.
2414. And then you've got an increase in management services in 2414 and 2415. What's that? What's the increase? And if we don't have time, I can do it myself.
I can Excel that, but it'll take me like 3 minutes to Excel it. I don't have it right in front of me. Do you mind if I email that to you, Commissioner?
I can do it myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do this here. That's fine.
I'm just wondering how much more we're paying for mental health.
$200,000 when the contract was originally signed. It was approximately $200,000. Yep.
All right. Proceed.
So if there's no questions in 2415, I'll move to number 12, Haley. That is 0120, or maintenance of equipment. This department, the requests represent an 18.54 increase in the department overall. The majority of that is a fleet management software that the department, that we'll talk about when we get down there. There's a slight increase in supplies. That is just stock supplies, air filters, oil filters, other items that regularly goes in the car. They're just a little bit more expensive. Increase in tire and tubes. It's a larger wheel diameter on the newer Tahoes. The more newer Tahoes we get, the 20-inch rims require 20-inch tires. And unfortunately, the 20s are more expensive than the 17s. Increase in services and charges that's our uniform cost for the MOE employees. Increase for the radio tower of $10,000. They've, y'all have added some generators. New towers are now online. We got to provide the maintenance and support for those. And then the big one is the fleet management software. So the first year is the most expensive year because the implementation, the data conversion, all that. It is a new fleet management system by Faster, and it integrates with our Tyler system. Tyler doesn't have a fleet solution that unfortunately just does what the county would need it to do, because it's mainly for like school buses and the school bus routes and things of that nature. So the recurring fee is $16,983, and that's in there just as a note to y'all, because that is a yearly SAAS, and the implementation is going to be the $98,000, and for the first year service fee as well. That doesn't just take care of the sheriff's office fleet. That's all the county fleet, all the mileage, all the fuel. So all the reports from the auditor that we get for fuel mileage, all that gets dumped into the system to give you a complete fleet management package as far as what are these vehicles doing, how many miles are they driving, how many miles are they sitting, how many miles to the gallon are they getting, when all the services occur, all those items are recorded in this, versus now it's hammer and chisel spreadsheets.
All the county vehicles will be on this.
Correct. It is not specific to the sheriff's office.
Okay.
All county vehicles will be in the fleet management system. And when I say all I don't mean like y'all have to bring y'all's vehicles to us. The vehicles that we service, all the service stuff will be entered and kept in the Faster fleet management system, all of it.
Any idea how much labor that requires and all that data entry?
So right now, it's pretty laborious. It is extremely laborious to do all the manual data entry that has to be done to make it work. Having a modern system that will allow us to get reports out of, because right now, even if we ask for like maintenance reports, either myself or Michael Graham has to just manually produce Excel files and then manipulate those to try and figure things out, because it's just not really a system at the end of the day. It's not. So going to something like this is a lot easier for us to come in and make reports on the fleet's health, versus if the judge were to ask me a question about health of the fleet, I'd say I'll have to get back to you in 3 days, because that's the amount of labor I'm going to have to invest to produce a report to give him a substantive answer. So
Is that a yearly cost? Is that going to be yearly, 99?
So the yearly cost is only $16,983, but the first year
time, startup.
implementation, conversion, all that, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Will the whoever's using the vehicle gonna be able to put mileage in and start ending that day, or how's that gonna work? Or have you looked into that?
So I'd have to bring Michael and Sean in here for that. I'm not the super intricate side of the software. I have seen the demo, I have read the quote, I understand how the system works. I don't know if that works like that, but I know there is a system that they're demoing that's capable of it. It's like the GPS, the tracking, mileage, and all that other stuff that goes into it.
DPS does some of that right now, don't they?
Oh, yeah, every day you'd end up starting mileage, ending mileage, how much gas, and I can generate it, anything you want to see what you're doing.
And I'll tell you, Commissioner, our WEX report is fantastic if you want that. So when you go to the pump, you have to put in your current mileage. It remembers your previous, and then when it spits out the report, it tells you their current mileage, their previous mileage, how many gallons they filled up with, what the cost was, and what their miles per gallon were for that particular stint to fill up. There's some great data in that WEX report. I love it.
But it doesn't break it down like we discussed.
No.
So.
Well,
No.
if time permits, I would like to have a presentation by Michael and Sean to understand, so we can, it's been something that's been on our mind for a long time. How do you exactly get the information and then use it as a management tool? And, I've always wondered about, is there a key time, and I know how you use it and all that, but is there a key time regarding mileage and those things, and the resale that a automobile ought to be turned before we get replacing transmissions and motors and those kind of things, so.
Theoretically, any vehicle owned by the county could be inputted into this system then, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And would it take somebody special to input it, or can it be done per department?
It's going to be data import, like if you already have data on vehicles that you're not currently getting serviced at the maintenance of equipment shop, we can look at either data conversion from how you are doing it or manual entry.
So if we wanted to add all of maintenance of building, all their vehicles, it can be done?
I don't think that, I certainly don't. So I think that having that single ecosystem of so being able to judge the overall fleet's health by having the overall fleet's data is always the best decision, Commissioner, in my opinion, but I'm certainly not requiring, we can't require anybody to do anything.
But we can, so. Okay.
And that's our last thing.
Got certain cars that are gonna last longer than others.
Right, but
For capital.
this will help us determine which ones those are.
Good.
So we have just one more department to go over, and it's certainly not ours, it's the countywide, but it's our portion of the capital outlay fund. So the requests represent a 1.07 decrease over what we were approved for last year. We kind of break it down into two sections, fleet and non-fleet requests. The fleet requests are $140,000 less than what they were last year in total, so fleet is less expensive this year. There's a 14 vehicle request on there, broken down for you. And then the non-fleet capital requests have increased by 124,000, but bear in mind, it's still 1.07 less. And we're not asking for any, as one of the commissioners asked us in a meeting, cool toys. Unfortunately, we're getting the year 2 of the body worn camera, year 3 of the Axon contract, phase 2 of the jail camera replacement project, and the only thing we're actually asking for that's on there is a new forklift for the jail. The one we have out there is 20 years old. It's a piece of junk. It breaks down constantly.
How many vehicles did you ask for last year?
I believe we asked for 14 as well.
Okay.
That's pretty much standard 14.
Okay.
Seemed like one year we did a couple more, but.
Okay.
16 jumps out at me, but
5 jail vans, 5 jail transport vans. Are we retiring some current ones, or are we adding that many to the current fleet?
No, we're retiring. Those vehicles get an ungodly amount of mileage put on them. Those are the folks that are hauling inmates, whether they're federal, county, extradition, all across the state, all across the United States.
So that's just not the ones that run back and forth between
No,
courthouse?
no. Those are that's our out-of-county transport. That would probably be a better
That's what these are, pretty much?
a better description of what those vehicles are for. They're high mileage, and the gimmick is, like, if we can get those vehicles out of the fleet, and when I say out of the fleet, If you can get them off of the transport squad at like 125 or 130, since the majority of its highway miles, those things can still be serviceable for some other division. We're not real keen on having people that drive to New Mexico and Colorado having 190,000 mile. There's a trade-off there. It just doesn't work out when we have to pay the $10,000 tow bills because we have had to do it.
Just leave it there.
Sell it there.
So, and I know he has it up there, and then there was a list in that packet we passed out close to the end of the packet.
The one you passed out
That
today?
listed, yes, sir, that extracted those capital outlay requests specific to the sheriff's office. So you can see those vehicles he mentioned, and then the 3 projects. No, sir, if you, oh, you have it on the front, you're looking at it.
I'm looking at
With the blue top.
right here?
Yes, sir, you got it.
Right. Oh, I thought that was what we were supposed to, that's what I was looking at all the time. Okay.
So just in case, looking at that, you had any further questions before we kept moving?
And if y'all have any,
Here, there were 2 transport vans,
yeah, I'm looking right now.
2 transport Tahoes,
13.
5 patrol Tahoes, and 2
16.
16.
There's 7, 8,
Yeah, like you said, 16 were budgeted for,
13, 14, that's 14.
and that's not including the cars we purchased through Senate Bill 22.
Correct.
Those are separate.
How many miles do you try to turn a vehicle in?
Sean is the best person to answer that question, but typically it makes the most sense to do it under 150. Now, there is some data that we could collect that the judge has asked about in previous years that is extremely hard to do when we have limited pictures or snapshots of like what the overall fleet is, because we certainly don't get all the fleet there. 135,000 is probably where you start having issues with transmissions and motors, and you start losing auction value, is what I have seen from researching auctions, Judge. And I know you've asked about that in previous years, and we've probably belabored that to death.
We've asked about it since we've been here. is
But
the
won't
thing.
this new software kind of give us a better picture of usage and mileage and so forth?
It will make us better in every way that the current Excel system
More of an educated
cannot
guess.
provide.
But we have to look at it.
It's information.
We need to look at it.
But-
too.
Yeah, yeah.
And another thing, you talk about miles, but it's engine hours too.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that'll be in that.
No, absolutely.
That thing too.
And I can get Sean, if y'all want, we can arrange for a time for Sean to.
Yeah, we'll, at some point, when we've got some time to do these little drop-in deals, we'll let you know ahead of time, but, try to schedule some of those. And that may be more in the cleanup deal. And if everybody's okay with it, approves it, then it could be even after the budget's adopted, but, I want to learn more about it.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
We can get him in, and just remember that expensive cost is the one time at 16,000 per year, which is,
Yeah.
when we looked amongst them, is a very reasonable fleet management software, SAS,
Okay,
with IT. With IT was where we looked at that.
okay.
I'm gonna ask you another silly question. You can enlighten me, but when you were talking about the software for Jack Harwell and the main jail, is it because it's buildings you have to have different licenses, or is it premises?
Actually, it's typically not. It's sometimes done by users, but it's split by cost center by the auditor. So it's simply
We
not
have
up to us.
very extensive continuing disclosure requirements on Jack Harwell
Okay.
that we have to give to the bondholders each year for the debt that was issued for that building. And so
Okay.
keeping those costs very separate is extremely important for that step
All right, thank you.
at year end.
When does that debt, what is it paid off?
We can tell you,
Jack Harwell.
Was it a 40-year gig or?
46.
That was venue.
Let me look.
I guess you're trying to say not next year.
No, sir.
Okay, I just
Well, it was a shorter term bond because we refinanced
Yes.
it back to taxable, and we ended up saving lots of money doing that.
on a refinance.
Uh-huh. And then the IRS stays out of our hair we won't ever have to worry about the IRS
Figure of speech.
Revenue bonds.
on this bond.
So we have two revenue
Mitigated our
bonds.
risk to some extent by going taxable.
So the PFC bond matures.
Did you get it on it?
Just like Haley said, 35, I guess.
35.
Which was 1 year off.
Mm.
So
35 years?
2035.
Oh, 2035.
That's quick.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it was
paying
like
on
a
it a while.
15-year, it was like a 15-year refinance or something
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Took years off. Okay, good.
Well, it was a 20-year refinance because it was done in 2015.
Yeah, yes, 2014, then
Okay.
date was dated in 15.
Remember like it was yesterday.
Yes. Anything else?
And that's all we have, unless if y'all have any questions, please feel free to text, email, we'll get back to you with quick substantive answers.
I do want to touch on one more. So also in that packet, there's the special revenue fund, the courthouse security fund.
Oh, yeah.
And so we utilize that fund to cover one full-time position for one of the bailiffs here in the courthouse, as well as supplies and other operating costs for that specific area of their department. There was a capital outlay request in courthouse security fund, and that's for the courthouse camera replacement project.
Correct. So the camera replacement project, we have, and I don't, is Tim still here? Nope, Tim is not. There could be some issues that we could discuss with the court, but we would probably want to do that for security reasons in executive session.
Okay.
So I don't want to get too deep into it, but we're looking at some camera system replacement, getting into the county's ecosystem with what IT has recommended, which is the digital watchdog system. That's the countywide approved, vendor countywide approved. That works for us. It works great. We want to move on with that.
All right, Dustin, if you'll coordinate when we would do that.
Yes, sir.
And so again, that's capital outlay in that special revenue fund, very appropriate use of that fund. And so we'll make sure we check off that special revenue fund when we get to that group later. But just want to make sure he's here to answer questions if needed.
Anything else, Francis?
I think for sheriff's office, I think we're good.
Okay.
He has covered those and.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you all very much, gentlemen. We appreciate your time.
So, 3:30, nothing else, we need a break. And then what all do you have, I know we didn't get far down the list, do we have?
So the other plan today was to go over IT operating, and so we can do that today, we can push that over and start again tomorrow after lunch. But then after that, we'll just continue to go through departments, and look at those increases and give you the explanations we have and find out what other information you need.
Okay, how much longer do y'all want to keep going?
You're the boss.
My question is John, after John's witnessed all this, does he really want to come up right now?
I'm good to start you guys fresh tomorrow.
What y'all want to do?
Whatever you like.
I agree with John.
What's that?
He said he would like it if we would get fresh and get ready for him tomorrow.
Okay. Everybody else all right with that?
Yes, can I speak on just one housekeeping item? So, we passed out, of course, this is a part of your spreadsheet as well, but we passed out the list of all the departments. And, I know the print is small, but you can open that spreadsheet and, expand it. But we went ahead and highlighted departments green, based on some criteria. So that criteria was they, had no changes to note or they decreased line items. And so, we of course go through those too. We don't want them to just hold a budget steady if they're not spending it. So we've gone through and made sure there's nothing we need to decrease. Some of those departments that are green, I think there's two. Those are departments that do show increases, but it was because you added positions mid-year. So those positions are in place. That was the only reason they had an increase. And just some very slight increases, just $10 here, $20 there that were inconsequential. And so those being green, those are ones that I don't think we need to, of course, whatever the intent of the court is what we will follow. We can always come back to this. This is not really like of course, like approving these budgets, but just ones that we really don't need to dwell on. I don't think we need to talk through them. And so if you're good with that same method of operation, we'll just leave those green, and then if needed, we'll come back if you
Right.
want to look at further cuts, but
That's kind of how we've been doing it, so.
yes, I just want to make
this
sure that's
is,
clear.
We're not saying all this is okay, but for right now, and later on, if you have a few that you want to pick out and ask questions, we can get the right people there to do it.
So you had mentioned this on the, if they're not spending the budget, did you highlight it, or was there any?
Yeah, so for the most part, we've done this consistently for a few years now. As we receive budget requests, if they request to leave a budget line the same or even increase it, and we'll look at the history for 4 or 5 years back. And if we can see that they consistently have not spent that, that's when we'll come in and say, hey, we need to decrease this. A lot of times you have some years that they didn't spend some, but consistently over a 5-year period they may have. So we've tried to vet all of that already, and pull those out. But there are some just departments that have really big pockets of money, and sometimes that's hard to bring it down right to where they spent last year. But always continuing to look at that and trying to get the budget further and further down to a more realistic number that is actually needed. And so all those departments that are not green, those are the departments that they may just have one increase, they may have various increases, but we need to touch on those. Of course, we heard from the sheriff's office, they had 6 departments that he covered today. And so, so just as you feel like there's a consensus there to be okay with those increases he spoke on, we'll highlight those green. And then the goal is that they're all green at the end. And then, of course, again, definitely you don't have to stick to that, but it just lets us know that we have a consensus, we've reviewed it.
Yep.
It's clear to everyone, so.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Smith, I think you were visiting with me. But, so the idea was that, John will not get out of the corner. And so we stand back there. So we're going to start tomorrow, IT.
At 1:30?
At 1:30.
Okay.
So, all right, anything else to come forward? Dustin, is there anything else?
No, sir, and Judge, just remember, we're going to recess and reconvene tomorrow.
Sure. All right, let's recess until 1:30 tomorrow.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
I'll